Welcome to our coverage of Gris by Nomada Studio from Barcelona. I believe that's how it's pronounced, given that is a game developed in Spain. We'll just get right into it and take a look at the lovely opening credits. This is my first time seeing it. It is not my first time, of course, seeing the opening credits, given that we're just making a fresh attempt at starting this stream after some technical difficulties earlier. Like I said, I won't grace the animation with too much of my own commentary. Let's just watch and listen and get into the introduction. Now, as I said previously, this is a game that was very recently patched to a version 2, over 2 years after it originally launched in late 2018. As far as I can tell, the latest patch just brings in some post-game gallery content, including some things that were cut from the original release in terms of both development art and music. As far as the opening scene goes, I think there's some implication here that our main character has lost her voice, given the way that the vocal line was cut off, but we'll see if that's correct. And as with a lot of animated film, quite a lot of this could remain open to interpretation, so let's just take in the experience. For those of you just joining us, this is the second in a series of indie games that I am running in a sort of July marathon that we're calling the Summer Shorts Festival. Here's where I'm able to take control. The analog stick does allow me to point, as does the D-pad. Doesn't seem like I have too much mobility otherwise, though, so let's go left. Usual expectations, I know, are to head to the right, but I think we've been trained otherwise ever since the days of Donkey Kong Country, which is nothing like this. So, a couple of steps obstructing us to the left. Let's see what awaits us ahead. This game did originally catch my attention, as is true for a lot of people, I think, just because the animation looked stunning in the original trailers. I hadn't quite seen a side-scroller quite so intricately drawn before, so other than that, I'm not going in with much knowledge. This is mostly a blind playthrough. Don't really know much about the subject matter or what else we'll be seeing. Anyway, looks like we've regained the ability to run. I actually, of course, naturally want to backtrack now that I'm also able to jump with the B button. Oh, looks like I'm slumping over again. Either because this is a roadblock or from exhaustion, who knows. Do you see that save icon on the bottom left? I think this is just going to be an obstruction, and it looks like this is the hand, in fact, that crumbled at the very beginning of the game, the hand that I was sitting on when my character seemed to lose her voice. Jumping, of course, doesn't seem to make me go any faster, but it's just a bit of a restless habit, I guess. Also because I love to look at the animation of the fabric here. It doesn't look like we have anything that we can do just yet other than that. We can turn left and right, we can jump, we can listen to the piano line. But no crouching, dashing, or anything else. We just follow the course of the terrain. And let's see what we discover. Okay. I actually wonder, in fact, if I backtrack, I'm just sort of taking a look at the camera logic here in terms of how it's zooming back into focus on me. Yeah, because it's just going to pull back, reveal this giant looping structure here. That's something that I always pay a little bit of attention to with platformers, particularly those that really try to play up their cinematic qualities, just what they're doing in terms of the camera work and an environment that will just kind of pull back to reveal the landscape at large. This little floating piece here, or this piece here that was kind of bobbing up, caught my attention. And yeah, let's just proceed through the landscape. And find this collapsed structure. I mean, it looks like a dome of a building, except we're just going to fall down into the lower level. And just kind of make our way slowly through the ruin. Okay, so we have our first glowing point that looks very interactive. And the aspect ratio is going to go wide to tell us that we've momentarily lost control. Now that piece is going to follow us. One notable thing here is that there aren't any other UI elements telling me what's going on. We're just going to find out by observation what this piece is doing for me. As you can see, I can't really see it on a white background either. I love how it's also kind of zipping around in right angles, like it's a constellation or something that's been reconstructed. Oh, that's interesting, that if you loop around like this, you can in fact jump on top of these surfaces. I wonder if I meant to go a little bit further forward, or if I should have discovered that already. Yeah, this is pretty much the end of the line here, so given the lack of any other option, you are meant to figure this out pretty much immediately. Especially with the way that you go upslope. But yeah, you do need to jump up and see what's going on. So we'll just be looking for outlines like that double line there. As you can see, actually any of these lines will just push you up, and there's no way to go back. Oh yeah, there is. Same kind of platform and physics as usual. I'll go down, jump, and that just drops you a level. It doesn't drop you through this level here, though, with nothing below it on screen, just through those single lines that we see here. So we'll see, because all of the artwork is so unique to each environment that we'll have to kind of read some of this by implication. Understand what the different rules are going to be when navigating this space. Picking up another piece. And what do we have now? Okay, so we faintly see a couple of different points that are creating tones. I may be able to follow these. What can I do with this? You see a couple of chimes. I also did see the other point to the left, though, that I could have potentially moved towards. The one that was surrounded by concentric circles. So yeah, I guess these pieces get retrieved as you come back. Can I just jump in here? Okay, I was wondering about that. Kind of interesting how it breaks your fall. Just with a bit of a twirl of your dress as you descend deep down. No fall damage for us here. I am kind of listening to how these tones kind of blend with the music here, but it's just the same three pitches. So yeah, kind of interesting how we are given some destinations in advance that we should be anticipating. This wants to take you up, but we know there's a point down here that I wanted to reach earlier, so we'll do that first. So we see 3 points above this circle. I don't really know what that's about just yet. It does match the orbital pattern that we saw right from the opening credits. And we'll eventually get a sense of what that means, of course, as we get further into the game. But certainly the orbital radial design of the main menu was something that caught my attention. Anyway, we know we'll eventually have to make our way over to that other tower, but let's move up this one first. It's basically the Leaning Tower of Pisa with fewer tourists. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a moving curtain that we can traverse. It's going to zoom out quickly to just give you a sense of what to expect here. Oh, okay, I was hoping to jump on top of that to the left, actually. But it seems to have passed us by. I wonder if we just missed that opportunity. Seems like we have ourselves a little game of Bridge Constructor here, though. I actually do wonder if this is also something that behaves according to that down B, down jump, semi-solid drop. No, you cannot drop through it. Always worth trying. I can tell already that this is the kind of game that really wants the animation in its pure form to be front and center, and so it doesn't want to distract you with any button prompts or other UI elements. That's something we'll just have to keep in mind. I, of course, have this habit of trying to hold down a dash button everywhere I go whenever I play a platformer, even if it does nothing. Yeah, let's just continue and see what awaits us over here. Always have to check some of these solid lines just in case. Because, yeah, here's another hand. Unless this is the hand that crumbled earlier. I think we had seen that first hand to the left in the opening, though. But anyway, we have two hands for a reason. Oh, wait. Okay, here's the second hand. Looks like the hands have just been falling apart everywhere. Okay, it's kind of like this has been pricked with blood or something, but yeah, okay, I see now that, of course, this game being named Gris, you kind of begin almost in grayscale except for the color of your hair. It was hard to notice that it was totally in grayscale, actually, because there was still so much subtlety to that entire monochromatic band in the background, but a color has been brought back, and I guess the idea is that we'll gradually restore different colors to the palette of the world until we've filled it in again. Possibly I should have paid a little more attention to the opening cinematic in terms of the color work, in terms of how some of that was being dispersed. But, yeah. Red sky tonight, apparently. And we'll see what awaits us further up. Some of these locations don't look accessible just yet. Although, noticed a hard collision on this pillar on the right side. Now, it looks like we have one circle with a dot. I mean, that was below the tower that we saw earlier, and so maybe that is what's designated by the glowing one on the left side, that we had already collected it. Possibly we need to find a matching one. Interestingly enough, depending on how you progress through the earlier parts, you may in fact have missed the one that we collected if you didn't drop down below the leading tower. So players could have missed that the first time around, and so they would technically be able to backtrack, as far as I can tell. Anyway, we are bringing a little bit of color back into the world here, but let's see what happens now. So we hear the three tones up top in the sky. It has occurred to me, of course, that so far they do fit within the pentatonic scale. We can go down below and continue and look at this diagram over here. It looks like there are 7 circles that are associated with this. 2 circles associated with the figure on the left. We can actually explore either way. I kind of like that element of non-linearity to this, where we do in fact have a bit of choice before we go all the way upstairs. Another symbol here of a turtle. And the other shapes we saw earlier seemed a little bit more abstract, but it's kind of like this is a central hub location, I think, where we gradually unlock everything as we go. Grakowski, welcome. And let's see here. Alright, we can just continue exploring up here. Yeah, it's funny how many platforming habits I just carry with myself into brand new games that establish their own rules. Because things like dash buttons and double jumps and so on are just so deeply embedded in the muscle memory. Here, it looks like we can't really progress through here just yet unless we go up the left side somehow. I think there was maybe one pathway to the right that we hadn't checked just yet, so we can head over there and perhaps take a look. Like I said, don't really know what this shape is representing, but we'll just move forward and see if anything else reveals itself. Oh, okay. This is going to be a one-way route. So maybe we'll eventually get back to the hub, but it won't be through this pathway as we ski down the hill. Now I could have been jumping around this all along and retaining control at least up until I fall in this segment, but definitely a transitional segment that just lets you take in music, though, as the strings begin to enter the conversation. So now we're ringed with light. And I think the implication is that that's just a sun, and that is a particularly large presence here in what looks like a bit of a desert, with this red dust bowl. And here's the opening title, as once again we see these orbital patterns. Look at the moon actually swirling around the third one. I think that these are meant to be the planets orbiting the sun, at least in the inner solar system. Because it was only the third one there that had the additional satellite on the outermost ring. Anyway, we can fall back down or fall this way. I couldn't actually get onto that ledge on the left. It wouldn't let me. I was tending towards it. We'll fall down once again and grab this point over here, so that's interesting. Okay, nothing else we can do over here except just to progress past the pyramids, by the looks of it, here in the desert biome. Like I was saying with the monochromatic prologue earlier, the fact that it is a game that's working with such a limited color palette is actually something that's very well disguised by the subtlety to a lot of the shading. Just making complete use of the spectrum at all levels of saturation. Now, we are entering what looks like some kind of abandoned settlement. Taldir, this game is called Gris. You can see the title in the stream as well as the category. It's one of a series of independent games that I've been running here on this stream this week and going into probably the next week or two. After neglecting a lot of games on this scale recently, things that are short but also very artful, I just filled my backlog with them. And just wanted to bring some of this content back to the stream. I love how the music picks up with the organ as the sandstorm decides to work its way in. It's a very nice touch with a very graceful transition too. Yeah, I knew the artwork to this game was pretty remarkable going in just from the little snippets of it that I'd seen. I didn't know that the music had so much interplay with it, but it's clearly a central part of the experience. In Swedish, it is pig. Yeah, this game is Spanish. If it were Swedish, I guess that would have been a very different experience. Okay, so these guys wander left and right. I don't know if you can collide with them or talk to them or... Well, you can't talk to them in a silent game, but... And of course, as the sandstorm does its work here, I just kind of curl up into a ball and get blown away. So these do look kind of like sentient, if somewhat rocky residents of this place. I'm sure I'll just get blown right off this platform soon enough. So far as I can tell, the triggers for the sandstorm are location-based. I don't know if they're reactivated by any kind of backtracking, but I think it is just on the first activation as you cross a certain threshold. That's what I would guess. I don't think it's by any kind of timer. It's a little bit more precisely placed in it. So yeah, nowhere to go but right. Can't really get on some of these platforms, but we'll pick up another glowing spot over here. Eventually that will just allow me to construct some other bridge, I'm sure. But yeah, really interesting just how the musical instruments are being worked into the sound design here. With the pipe organ just kind of standing in for the wind. Interesting that I am no longer being blown back by the wind when I stand in this location. I think I'm possibly just being shielded here, but... yeah, I think this is kind of meant to draw attention to that fact, that when you trigger it as you pass this location... whoops, oh, that was a glowing spot there, I thought. Oh yes, because we have 2 points there that we'll eventually be able to connect if we pick up something else that will get me there. I think also that I wasn't being blown off that location because I was able to latch myself onto one of these poles, but couldn't quite pick that out at that level of zoom, so... No, I'm just in the interior here and just shielded by this surface. Anyway, you see a bunch of the local residents. These walking sentient rocks. Just kind of wandering here and also hiding from the storm, as far as I can tell. But now that I've collected 2 points in the local vicinity, we can go back up to that bridging segment that we see up ahead. That should be able to connect. And I can push through. I do have to push. I can't just let go, or I will be blown back like this. And yes, I did try just now, when I saw the animation make it look like I was forging ahead with all my might. I think there's a certain implicit expectation here that you're going to be just pushing against the wind at all times, but that is certainly up to you. Okay, now that's interesting. So this guy also knows how to walk. I actually kind of wonder if I just take my sweet time getting to this glowing spot here, whether he just keeps on walking indefinitely in a loop, or whether anything about this is time limited. No, he just seems to come to an endpoint here. Interestingly enough, though, I guess that would make this kind of an optional bonus, because if you reach the endpoint and have not yet reached that location, you would not be able to obtain that point there, because you would no longer be able to drop in. So yeah, it looks like so far that those dots inside circles are in fact missable collectibles, as far as I can tell. They do have something to do with that building with all the symbols, and which looked very much like a hub that we saw at the very start. But anyway, nowhere to go but forward once we get blown apart by the wind. But that's something to keep in mind, that there does seem to be optional or missable content as we proceed. And once again, you have another spot here. It looks like that can probably crumble, though. So, for example, if I just try to drop down below... what if I just jump on this repeatedly? As you can see, it does kind of shake a little bit, like it's something that could react to some ability that I can bring into an expanded toolkit, but I think it's meant to draw attention to the crumbly nature of this segment and make me keep that location in mind as I progress a little bit further. So let's see what this is all about. It is meant to, I think, present a lock before a key, so to speak. And then we'll... Unless, of course, we just get blown about by the wind, but right now, since I'm standing in front of this surface that would be obstructing it, as you can see, I will not get blown about. But yeah, still being trailed by the two dots in this zone. We had left the other set earlier behind, but looks like they're just going to connect it to these nodes over here. Right, because the three pitches that we had at the very beginning just went up into the sky, I think, and started to fill in the constellations there. Hold Y. So yeah, at long last we actually do see this explicit interface element here. It's telling you at this point that you can hold Y to create a block. Ah, okay, so it's actually kind of like a Kirby stone maneuver, except it's with Y button rather than with something like the down button. As you can see, it's showing you this broken pedestal here to draw attention to the fact that you can go back to the crumbly surface that you saw earlier and try out how things are going to go. So yeah, time for some square dancing. As you can see, you're not going to be sliding under any slopes either, you're just going to land on a bit of a tilt. Now I could try to go forward, but I think I want to go back in case that point is missable, which may or may not be the case, so... So not only are we unlocking some colors as we go, we're also expanding our range of geometries. There we go. And let's move forward. Now I was trying just to see if I would still get blown about by the wind, but I think not, actually. As long as I transition into that quickly enough. But we'll see if we're tested against the wind another time as we go, and whether we can obstruct that just by standing our ground. Can't really tell from here, but... Okay, so I was kind of blown out of the square form. And forward we go. So you're blown back in such a way that I think implies that you should be using that ability. I think I actually do need to hold it, though. The instruction did say hold earlier. So yeah, that's what I was missing. I was just tapping it once, and... You can, of course, hold and continue walking towards the pipe organ. And we'll just keep on playing because the wind is continuous here and really isn't going to let up. Until, of course, you decide to just hold for long enough and head over to this weeping column. All of these columns, in fact, look very anguished. Anyway, here are some chimes. You can, in fact, jump into them and give them a bit of a ring. You can give them a bit of a louder ring as you just kind of give this whole place a bit of a vibration. That's an interesting reaction we should keep in mind. And yep, because it looks like we will be able to crash through here. Before I crash through there, I do want to explore just a little bit further because that does look like a bit of a one-way gate. It might not be. Actually, now this looks like a one-way gate, so maybe I... Oh no, he'll go back, which is good. How can I get back on, though? Let's... Oh, okay, so we can go back here. Well, I can crash through that side, or I can scout ahead here. Let's scout ahead just a little bit, and let's not go anywhere too irreversible just yet, though. Yeah, let's not exit just yet. I do want to crash through and see what's going on. Anyway, that guy's just minding his own business. He has no idea how I'm just going to wreck this ancient temple. What a tourist. Okay, we're going all the way down. Yeah, maybe I should have checked outside the temple. Unless, of course, this is... Well... Let's see, we can, of course, go further down, and this bell will just ring even louder. Alright, we're going way down. And is back to somewhere monochromatic, but reflective. And yeah, weeping statue to the left. Same kinds of figures that we see all over this game, in fact. Very mesmerizing to watch the reflection as well, just... actually, maybe that's not a reflection, maybe that's just my shadow upon the terrain. I think that's maybe it, but the design, of course, is just a reflection in silhouette. So anyway, let's just make our way through all of these fragmentary antiques. Let's see where we can go. We can smash some things. That's not very considerate of this property, maybe, but... I guess as we do so, we increase the number of fragments that are around a silhouette, so... I think we do need to just come around here and break stuff. That's very strongly implied anyway, so we've broken the things that I can stand on over on that side, so let's see if I was missing anything over here. Oh, all the way up we go. Okay. It's kind of like we were blown upwards by an eruption. So, left or right? Let's go left. Follow the curve, I guess. There have been a number of locations in this game where I've had to decide which pathway to check first. I always do like looking around breadth first to discover anything optional before proceeding. But sometimes it's just hard to decide which way to take it. So yeah, we can ascend up this structure. We can ring the bells as we go. They're not going to do much of anything for us. And then we can ride this up. I kind of want to ride it all the way up, but don't see this as really taking me anywhere. Nowhere that I can see, so let's just continue. The red pigmentation here is much more subtle. Just giving you a hint of sunlight. And everything's just going to fan out and lead us over here, which does not seem like a familiar location, but we'll find out soon, perhaps. This pillar looks like it's a little fragile, but no, nothing's going to happen. It does seem like there's a certain astrological element to all of this, given its interest in celestial mechanics that maybe I'm not quite following. But anyway, that's certainly just a central part of the iconography here. Okay, so what's going to happen when I lower this platform? It's going to power this mechanism, which eventually we'll want to form some kind of bridge using fragments that we have available. We would need to collect a third fragment before we're able to do that, so we'll just follow this very regular pattern of rotation and move on. Okay, up we go. Looks like this is terribly imbalanced. And we can't quite land on top of that, but we can probably just stretch this out. And jump over to the left side. And just unbalance it the other way eventually. If we want to go up to this platform up to the left here. But let's grab this additional point up here first before we play with anything like that. And then let's traverse over here to grab some additional points, perhaps. Yeah, it's sort of interesting how that jagged pattern of the first one of these points of light that I collected did immediately make me think of constellations, despite not having that context at the time. But I think that actually is what they were meant to imply. And whoops, yeah. So yeah, once again, it looks like these larger orbital collectibles are theoretically optional. We'll grab that. And we can head back down. Yeah, not really too hard to... Well, not really easy to miss, rather. You just needed to reverse that platform after you were done with it before rushing back here. Anyway, those 2 points are going to transfer along with their third companion and give us the bridge over to the next segment to the right. Can I just drop softly through these? No, I can't, actually. So yeah, some platforms you can drop through, and some you really can't, with down plus jump. Haven't really seen that, in fact, since the earlier segments that I was experimenting with in the introductory area. Anyway, up we go. And what do we have here? We just keep going up, I suppose, unless there's anything over here. Alright. All of those that have fluttered up from underground are going to come back. Notice this segment here, this looks very, very breakable. In fact, it's just going to reinforce that notion as soon as you step there. There is, in fact, nowhere else to go here either, so we will be breaking this. We'll totally be wrecking this heritage site. But the fragments are going to float, so that's okay. So yeah, will definitely be interesting to see what other traversal abilities we develop over time. We can jump over to the right to that wheel. We can also go over to the left. Let's stay left for the time being, because we see that that's more easily reversible. Maybe. Oh, I don't know, actually. I feel like maybe the part to the right is a little further out of the way and, yeah, easier to overlook, and so I feel like I may have missed some of those already just from the decisions we made earlier about following the main path. Like when I decided to make the big descent by pounding underneath the bell. Nowhere else to traverse over here, so let's just move on. And very similar segment over here. Can we set on both of these at once? Yes, we can, especially when we're square. Yeah, just some very simple single interactions so far when it comes to the things that you're being asked to do here. And here we'll just follow the pattern upwards until we hit some of these points of light. Let's check the left and right, actually, just to see if there's anything that we could be missing on either side. Because I would foresee here that we do need to grab some additional points of light just to eventually complete the necessary pathways. So let's just follow that carefully. And check each of these locations one by one. Quite a lot to choose from here. So yeah, it looks like you are given a drop ability when you do have multiple platforms to choose from explicitly. Always a little too concerned that I may wind up somewhere irreversible. Like here, for instance, if you pound downwards, clearly that's going to go somewhere maybe a little bit more permanent. Who knows, maybe not. But let's check more of this tower first before we do anything silly like that. Just to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, here's a little point of light. And once again, I can't actually drop here, so it's not totally consistent about when you are allowed to drop and when you can't. Ah, I see. So this looks like a hot air balloon, and so right now if you drop the boulders here that are acting as ballast, I assume you can eventually go much further up. Right now, though, unclear how I can reach this point. I think this is just a little problem associated with this area, though. Yeah, so you can't really progress past this area here because you just slide right off. So let's just do this. Raised a balloon, as we foresaw. But not by very much, just enough to create some platforms that allow us to go to the lower level where we can collect that point of light. I'll have to pound it back down slightly, though, in order to do that. In fact, I wonder, yeah, as long as I stay in the square form and hold it, I'm able to do this. So yeah, we should be aware of when we should be holding. And to the left there, that looks like that's something that's going to be optional. And so let's, whoops, do this a little faster and try to get upstairs. I see, I can't actually go up that truss. But what I can do is maybe try to race this thing up. Because if I can get up to top left there quickly, then we may be able to collect something optional once more. So it's something that's slightly more skill or timing based, which can be missed, and that implies to me that we may get access to something else. And yeah, as expected. So as we check each of these zones, we'll look for something like that that will be either optional or slightly more advanced. Slightly more attention demanding. Okay, it looks like we do need to make our way further up the structure, or at least check the right side. Very welcome. Alright, we haven't checked the right side here yet. Let's do that and see what kind of micro puzzle lies in store. Okay, so we do have to somehow traverse our way over this. It's not clear to me how to do that yet, but we probably just need to shatter more of these points here. I see. So this is going to walk over. And eventually we want to shatter it a little further along. I think the idea will be to leap on top of it, but wait until it walks a little further before we decide to scatter all of its constituent parts. However, yeah, no, I do get to pass through this point here. Anyway, so that's what they look like on the inside. We're going to scatter that guy, and he's probably just going to bury himself inside that other piece we saw earlier, and then move it. Why, thank you. And we have these 5 pieces swirl around like we have made a complete collection. Not going to be satisfied with that, though. We do want to explore a little bit further. Before we call it quits here, since we know that there's a larger segment to the left side. So we'll drop down below, I think, and see if we can work our way up to the top left, which is the only way we can go at the moment. Okay, we'll just ride this out. We do have plenty of points to work with, actually, so whatever was on the top left was gated off until now. We can drop in through here, but that's not going to do anything for me just yet. We'll go up top first. Before we go up, let's see. I cannot progress through here. And looks like we have something that looks kind of like a Ferris wheel. Can't really go beyond the bounds of this outer ring, though, so we'll just come here, and we'll eventually want to lower this and connect those pieces. Let's not do that yet. I do want to check over on the right side before we do anything like that. Or also just, in general, move up before we activate anything. Because I think that activation will probably do something to manipulate these pieces, spin them around, and probably change things up a little bit as this gets activated. Looks like we can't go further up just yet, or can we? Yeah, it looks like we will have to spin this. And once we do, I think eventually we can probably end up in the outer ring. Also, notice that we can drop all the way down from here if we really wanted. Well, okay. I thought I could cancel out of that, and that was not the case. Oh, okay, it's actually going to lift this entire structure. It's pretty interesting. Looks like we should check up here again, actually. Because I get the feeling that having raised everything, that maybe there's something else to look at. Maybe it was required to drop all the way from the top like that, but not totally clear to me. Yeah, the outer ring seems like it's not going to support me here, so we'll just head back down. Check the left side before we progress. Just to drop in here and see if anything is going on with the balloon. Looks like I can't drop any further back down, though, so we'll just continue from here. And just run around the structure some more, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know if any of these are going to react further to anything I do. Doesn't seem so, so we'll just wait for everything to unfurl and let me proceed a little further along. Okay, up we go. And I do see a location downstairs that we can go to before we wind up at the hands. I do want to check it, just in case there is anything. Given that we don't really have too many access points back down to the lower level, but yeah, it looks like we're just sent all the way back up, so never mind all that, unless, of course, there's something else we can uncover here. But it seems not. I think we are just going to be sent back upstairs to the main road. Okay, so forward we go. On top of these disturbingly shattered fingers. Now, what are these hands going to do? Looks like we are going to restore an additional color. Okay, green has been brought back, and that's, oh, it's going to send us right down before I even get a chance to look at what was going on upstairs. But predictably, given that it is green, we're going to enter a zone that is a lot more organic and botanical in character. Yeah, Furia, it's not so much of a gimmick so much as just part of the story progression so far, but it's kind of a neat thing that the game is doing aesthetically in terms of filling in one color at a time. And restoring, in fact, locations that seem somewhat familiar. I don't know if we've been to this structure, but before we proceed there, I do want to check the right side too, just to see if we missed anything over there. Yeah, it looks like we couldn't actually progress in that direction, so instinctively, as you fall, it just kind of encourages you to go left in a very subtle way. And we'll just follow that course. You can, in fact, shatter some of these. That does also look optional, but maybe it will be necessary to have some of these fragments follow you from time to time. This thing here looks like we can probably just stomp on it and drop it, but who knows? Ah, so we are filling in more of the constellation, I'm sure. With the 5 pitches that we've added. Like I was saying, it totally does follow the pentatonic scale. And What do we have here? We have a couple of points that we have not even come close to filling. So clearly there are missable locations in this game, and I do wonder how much access you have to them after completion. Or if you do need to replay from scratch if you actually want to get a full unlocking of whatever that brings you. Before we proceed there, I do want to check ahead here to see if we're missing anything else in the structure, given that that does look like a pretty lengthy main pathway that lies to our left. So yeah, this was the original location here, except we have restored that green square. But this was the plaza where we had started out, and I don't know how much access we have to the red zone that we had dropped into at the very beginning. Look at this. So yes, I see. It is by zone, and it's telling you that I am missing one of the optional collectibles in that area. So I wonder if I am able to backtrack there and check, because I have a pretty clear idea of what I failed to check. It was right before I dropped the bell, and so in the initial location where you had a leaning tower, I did see the one collectible that was under the tower, but I clearly missed a second one. And right now I can't go back there yet. Maybe eventually I will obtain something like a double jump. I do want to see if it's possible for me to backtrack first before I proceed into the next zone. Also, you'll notice that down below there was, of course, further into structure, an indication of a zone that we haven't touched yet here with the turtle. Probably some blue underwater zone that is yet to come. I see. So you're obstructed from going back by the new growth that has come in. So unfortunately, it looks like we have, at least for now, missed whatever was going on here. Would have been nice to get that full set. So yeah, I don't know if that is something that you have to do with a full replay, or you do unlock some backtracking from the central hub as you go, but we'll find out. And we'll keep in mind the fact that in the next zone, I guess we'll want to be attentive to 7 different collectible points. Like I said, though, in the red zone, I think I'm pretty sure which one I missed. I don't know why I have a habit of just jumping, but... Anyway, that's going to shatter. Everything's got this very hand-inked aesthetic to it, in keeping with the theme of restoring one color at a time, so it kind of makes sense that as things shatter, it's like they do so into little scraps of paper. So here's a new location. We can go left or right. The game seemed to be implying left, so we'll check right. Not much flexibility so far, though, so... I don't know if it is Christmas time. Oh, I guess given the color scheme, I can see why you would be suggesting that. Anyway, given that we have some greenery here, it looks like we have some living organisms back in the mix. Oh, I see, and you also have these triangles everywhere. I mean... As somebody who has played the game, I guess, Maggie, you do know what to anticipate here. Not going to disturb the potted plants. If you go down, you can, of course, just go gently back up the slope. Okay. This location looks almost fragile, but it doesn't crumble under your feet as you walk, so usually most things that are breakable, I think, do signal that very clearly and draw themselves to your attention. You mostly don't have any other tree emote, yeah. That would definitely be a part of it. Okay, that's kind of interesting. This is, of course, just going to be something timed, but it's like the squares are just being draped. Sort of like the dress, in fact, as I transform into the square form. Same kind of thing, really. If I stand on top of these, I wonder at what point in the animation I get dropped. I do want to check that out. Yeah, everything is stable until the top line disappears. So, we'll keep that in mind. And everything is draped from the top down, so it becomes available immediately. Very nice artistic variant on timed blinking platforms, in fact. Definitely some of the fanciest I've seen. Alright, let's go back here. Let's not go back there. And what else do we have here? Nothing that I can interact with just yet, but we'll move on and... Oh, I guess we're forced to make a drop, so let's drop. What's going on with the foreground as well, as we see some of this in silhouette. Really gives quite a lot of depth to this place, as we see all the layers of the parallax move along with us. I will, of course, be going up to check that. I just wanted to run down here quickly first. Okay, so this goes through multiple transformations. Once it transforms into square form, what happens? I fall down because the drape will just bring me down, so... And I don't think there is a timing that I can catch to jump from the bottom layer to the top layer, because the top layer emerges as the bottom layer becomes unavailable, so... I feel like maybe if I caught the top layer there, that might have led me somewhere. So let's try that again. I do want that last block to be a square. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I would jump up in midair before. Then I can get up like that. Timing has to be pretty precise for that, though. But if you listen to the audio cues, maybe you can do it. Whoops. No, like I said, I do want to catch the top. I feel like that's a very good example of something that is worth checking. Okay. I'm going to watch this timing here, though. I mean, the thing that would be aiming for is the top of this next rectangle. I think that being something in the foreground, though, maybe that's not interactable. Let's just keep going. But let's be attentive to that, because I kind of suspect that was maybe something that we missed, but didn't seem like we could go much further, though, so let's just move on here. I don't know why, but this reminds me of a very specific location in Sonic Mania. This segment in particular. I think you might know what I'm talking about. And it reminds me of that partly because I remember falling down off those shifting platforms repeatedly. Let's get back upstairs. Also because that had a very similar color scheme. The zone that I'm talking about. This is definitely something advanced here. Whoops. Yeah, glad you like my brain, apparently. Don't have too many spares around, though, so unfortunately can't offer you one of your own. Anyway, as we suspected, that is going to be something optional. And now let's drop back down. Looks like this will be a bit of a one-way gate here, so before I proceed, let's poke around. No, let's vandalize this place once again. Oh, look at that. He's eating a square apple. Because all of the plant life here is rectangular. I feel like it was a couple of streams ago that I was telling my viewers about the rectangular watermelons that they cultivate in Japan. Partly for packing efficiency. But they're actually apparently very cost inefficient to produce. So you kind of have to weigh the costs of producing genetically modified strains of rectangular watermelons with the cost that you save in packing just from being able to stack everything neatly. Yeah, it actually is like a squapple. A squapple from the apple, as Charlie Parker might say. Now let's see what's going to lie ahead here. Looks like we have more locations that we can check up there, but yeah, I am going to go up, of course. I just want to explore a little bit here first. This guy's just following me the whole time, and I think maybe he eventually wants to be offered another apple. Look at me, I'm an apple. Oh, he's not fooled. Looks like we're not going to be able to go up in this location here. We'll have to. So yeah, we'll be going around somehow. Or, oh no, we drop some apples from the trees. That's what we do. We drop the apples, he eats the apples, he probably becomes a giant rectangle that helps us traverse over to the next platform. Okay, happy now? Not happy now, he wants more apples. Let's maybe head over to that platform then. And then we'll drop this one and let him devour another one. We already see another one that's to the left. This guy's just going to litter all those cores, but I guess it's in the middle of the woods, and so that's fine because it'll just assist the regeneration of nature. Anyway, let's head over to the left, pound this thing here. That's really the last apple I can feed him, so... Oh, here we go. How do you like them apples? And he's not going to react, okay. Oh, yes he is. What's he going to do now? He's just going to stand here in the apple patch and wait for me to come along. Pat him on the head. Looks like he's a little seedling of something else, though, so yeah, looks like he's just going to maybe grow that tree. Maybe he will become the apple. Become the apple tree and sprout some apples of his own. I'm probably supposed to follow him in over here. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is his secret lair. His secret lair even has plumbing. Yeah, once again, can't really drop down off anything here. I am able to just traverse these down to the bottom layer, though. In case there's anything here of interest. Oh, more apples. This is his private stash. Okay, he's going to just run around down there. Maybe he needs to be led to more apples, who knows? Or maybe he was able to tunnel another path for me without quite telling me. Okay, no, I guess we'll just go up and follow the plumbing. I probably need to lead him with me. And in order to do that, I think there are going to be certain places where he can traverse. Yeah, he responds to my own jumps by imitating them. And there we go. Yeah, I guess part of the purpose of the pipe segment was to show you that he does in fact imitate your jumps. On a bit of delay. Does he also imitate this? Oh, he totally does. Okay, that's adorable. I'm sure we'll have something that uses that very soon and possibly even illustrates it. Watch this. Can you do this? And he's going to hold the position for as long as I do, so... So yeah, I guess we'll be able to solve some things cooperatively. Should I have smashed that? I don't know, but... It reminds you... Ah, I see. No, I know what the purpose of this is. It's giving you this thing to randomly smash to no material benefit whatsoever, because in case you haven't discovered it already, it's going to show you that your companion cube, literally your companion cube, will also imitate the square form. Which is very easy for him because, you know, he's already a total square. Who is also going to make this tree transition and eat more apples. Power himself up with another apple core. So yeah, he's not going to go over that platform though, much as he tries. It totally is a companion Kirby cube, yeah. It's like a Kirby 8 box boy. Look at that, he's got tons of power for a little guy. Full power, in fact. Which is now an interesting comparison to make because, of course, the character Cubby or QB from Box Boy is also from HAL Laboratories, the creators of Kirby. The puzzle series that they've been working on over the past few years. I didn't pick up the one on Switch, though. I did play the original Box Boy on DS, which is actually kind of a neat game. Also sort of indirectly related to that other companion cube game, Portal, in that it's one of the few games I played in the puzzle genre that really provides for people who want to do a fewest moves challenge. We have a breakable location over here. We have a breakable location that he's sitting on the right side. I do want to check the top first, though. Except I can't because I'm trapped here now. Okay, that's fine. Look at that, how synchronized. And in spite of being a cube, he's going to roll, which... if you're a cube, that seems like it might actually be a little bit painful. Alright, get yourself back up. So, can we go further to the left before I proceed? I can. I don't know if this is the main route, though. Oh, okay, maybe it is. I sort of wanted to continue. I hope I didn't need him for something optional on the right side. Let's check. Yeah, it kind of was like Sonic the Hedgehog in some ways. That characteristic spin dash. Not recommended if you are, in fact, a being of cubic form. Might be a little bit hard on your corners. Anyway, this guy is going to disappear down a tree. We'll probably meet up with him at some other location soon enough. Unless I could follow him down, I don't think so, but... okay, down we go. We send him home. Considering that this zone apparently had 7 of those optional orbital collectibles, I think I've only seen 1 so far. I feel like I've missed a lot of stuff. But we have 2 points here that we haven't collected yet because we sent all the earlier points up to the stars. Okay, so let's check around here, grab 2 points, look for some optional collectibles while we're at it, and see what we can uncover. Alright, back down we go. And okay, these guys are much less cubic. But we'll just head up the utilities as before. Invade their home in a tree. Oh, here's another branching path. Nope, these guys are not interested in imitation. We haven't fed them any apples though, so can't blame them. Okay, here's our friend. Is he interested in further adventures? I don't know. Ah, okay. He's just gonna say, by the way, I've been carrying one of these the whole time. He's not interested in imitating me anymore either. He's back at home with his pet light bulbs or something. Anyway, back out we go. Didn't see anything optional there that I could have looked at, so that was just a matter of traversing my way back up. Yeah, we'll be sure to check each of these zones as we go. Check the right side here. Down in the underbelly. Very reddish underbelly. Don't know if there is anything to look at here. Seems not. Alright, that's fine. We'll just head back up the other way. And yeah, let's just continue this way, see what we uncover, and then we'll check the top left after that. Of course, we just checked the top left first. Maybe we could have dropped down here, but let's see what this whole location is going to be all about. This shifting location here looks awfully suspicious. It's maybe going to reveal something when we get a chance to look at it. Everything here moves very quickly, these red drapes rather than those green ones earlier. Totally different species of square tree, perhaps. A fairly regular rhythm to work with here, so I guess maybe those earlier red squares that we passed on the way in, partly there to just tell me to expect a faster pattern and show me that in advance. Now here, it looks like this is dependent on your standing location, perhaps? I don't know. It looks like it is a bit of an irregular pattern. Possibly as you pass some of the branches. I'm just trying to see what triggers this. Looks like it is when you pass one of these locations or jump. Actually, it's with each jump. So this is an interesting variation on what in Mario Maker, of course, you would recognize as a jump detector concept. Anyway, that's going to be the required collectible up there. We'll definitely look for something advanced that we can do. Like, grab this guy here. Yeah, just needed to pick up on the fact that this is a jump detection. And we'll gradually move our way up top. And, oh, nope. I was hoping to get on top of that square and then drop my way into that spot, but I think we actually just need to jump towards it and raise the curtain. So. To do that, though, we should maybe head to the other side first, so. Yeah, let's use the triangle here, in fact. There we are. Now let's see if we can do anything else with this guy over here, if he's just a stopping point for you to recalibrate your position. Having acquired both points now, we're going to head back to this location here. Okay, so that was what was up on top left all along. So, nothing else to check here. We'll plug everything in and see what happens. Alright, looks like it's going to give me diamond form. Perhaps. Hold B. Okay, so looks like that is going to be a double jump and a float. Now, can you use these abilities in combination? Of course you can, but what if you do this and then... Yeah, you can't actually cancel out of the pound if you try to do the Kirby drop in midair. If you do hold this, though, you do have to release before you jump out, so you can't actually chain these in too many ways, other than just doing double jump plus pound. I somehow had the idea that we would get a double jump at some point. I just had a sense that that would happen. And because I've been instinctively just trying to double jump from the beginning of the game anyway. This location looks awfully suspicious. Of course, kind of wondering if we missed any other locations earlier now, but let's just proceed onwards. Yeah, very gentle float with this here. You get plenty of time to do an adjustment. Just checking. Yeah, Furia, thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. If you want to catch up on the rest, we'll, of course, have the VOD available afterwards. And yeah, Furia, we'll be back to Mario Maker this weekend as well, so I'm sure we'll see you around for some of that. Alright, let's first of all float a little better. And head up to the triangle. And up the tree we go. I kind of want to go back down, in fact, just to see if we missed anything additional. Might as well just hug the wall, see if we have anything else going on here. Okay, worth checking. Like how we get a wider camera zoom just from having traversed this previously. That the further zoom does in fact stay once you've revealed the entirety of the structure. Oops. And let's just wait. Looks like we do just need to jump across here and take that very gentle float all the way up top. And we can float all the way up when we are given a point to do so. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so it is going to cue you to do that if you don't know what that's all about. But I did see that the little red triangular fragments were there. I don't know if maybe that's the cue to have access to a float that's going to propel you upwards. But we'll run around to check this structure for anything else. As you can see, we shattered this, and then these guys send you up. Glad we checked that. If we were ascending the structure, I think we would have eventually saw that collectible tucked away. But it's nice that we're just able to check that on our own. That also explains, in fact, the container we shattered with those fragments earlier. And yeah, if you don't know the mechanic yet at this point, then this is going to show you what it is as you do this. You do need to double jump on top of that location. And then we'll just fall back down. Can I land on top of that? No, that's not actually a full-size square. We can, however, save the second jump for when we actually need it for the float. That's exactly what this segment is trying to teach you, in fact. Can I check the left side here? No? Okay, it's fine. And of course, now that you take flight, that's when the flute starts coming in, bringing in the winds. Looks like, yeah, now this is going to be something that's a bit more time dependent. And you can eventually float all the way up there, but I do want to check this side here first. So we'll see if we can get a float. Also, notice that you actually get a third jump if you do a double jump into this location and then do the boost. Also notice that the boost is directional, that you can boost not just upwards, but diagonal left or right as well. Shattering that did nothing. So yeah, I guess we'll just traverse this structure unless we see anything else to interact with. Perhaps on a lower level here to the right. I'm keeping an eye on that. Yeah, look at that. That's something that you can shatter. Let's check it. And as expected, we will get something, as well as a pathway back up if we choose to take it, but let's take a look at what's over here first. Okay, can't actually proceed. But it will give you a preview of what's to come, perhaps, if we drop into the right side from the top later on. So, whether that is optional or not, we'll keep our eye out for that opportunity when it arises once again. Okay, let's go. And of course we'll smash this. We don't need to smash it, these guys are already out in the wild. Yeah, let's maybe actually watch my timing here. Yeah, let's pay attention. Also notice the location on the left that we can shatter. Already keeping our eye on that. I mean, that pretty clearly draws attention to itself as the only way up, so we'll just take it. And it looks like that's going to project all the way upwards, so we won't take that yet. Do want to check the right side. Partly because we know that there's something that we can drop into. If I do spend a diagonal boost, actually, maybe I would be able to get on top of that pillar on the right before we do the double boost, so we'll just keep that possibility in mind as we do the first burst over here and try to land in this location. Oh, no, guess not. But we know there's going to be a green platform on the right side because of what we saw earlier, so I am thinking about how to move towards it. It might just be something decorative, but I doubt it. It just looks much too functionally available for that. Anyway, let's pay attention to this. Okay. But yeah, like I said earlier, when we encountered the same style of obstacle, couldn't believe how much trouble I had with the same thing in Sonic Mania when I did play it. Some kinds of platforming elements give me more trouble than others. Usually the ones that require I actually pay attention. Anyway, let's go up and up. Yeah, we can do that, but I would rather go over. I want to see... Okay, no, invisible wall on the right side, unfortunately. Does not let you go any further. So I guess that garden we saw earlier was purely decorative. Worth checking. Anyway, all the way up here. And we can burst left and right all we want, but the result is going to be pretty much the same. Yeah, we can go up the middle, but why would I, given the choice, if I can... Oh no, you actually do home back into the middle, so... Let's keep in mind the possibility of getting into some of these platforms, though, in case there is something that becomes available. What happens if I'm standing on one of these and I get to the rectangular form? Oh, okay. Again, you can't cancel out of that, so you do just fall all the way back down. Actually, that ascent animation is really pretty as well. I really should have taken the opportunity to check the bottom layer there. I feel like I missed that opportunity. Because I boosted up a little too soon, but no, I don't really see anything available there, so we'll just take a look at this zoomed out structure and see how we're going to navigate our way across. Let's see if we can do a down jump drop through here. It looks like we just retain the zoomed out view of the structure, in fact. We'll check some of the pots here in case they can in fact be shattered, but actually, let's see if we can just break this here in the middle. There we go. Pretty clear where to go. Yeah, this would be interesting as a kind of introductory platformer on the whole for people who have not really played side-scrollers before, given that the failure conditions are very gentle, in that you are always dropped into resettable locations, and there's just enough to reward some exploration. Don't need to be particularly coordinated. And of course, just very, very pretty to look at. I suppose we should just go up, given that I don't see any way to hit the left side that we saw below. If that was accessible, I think we did lose the opportunity to do anything there, so let's just continue. Always checking the walls along the way. I guess these are supposed to be birds, actually. I've just been thinking of them as little triangular scraps the whole time, and maybe they're birds or butterflies or something else, but anyway, abstract flying creatures that flock together and also create larger bird-like shapes, so I guess they were fragments of this magpie or whatever it is. Oh! This guy doesn't want to help me anymore, okay. Yeah. It's a big one. I didn't really need to drop down here, I was just kind of curious. So we can shatter that, and I can, of course, just burst my way back up top. So like I was just saying, this is a very gentle game, so it's kind of interesting how it's doing the equivalent of a boss sequence here. Makes for a very different experience than something like Ori and the Will of the Wisps, for instance, which has all of these boss escape sequences that are beautifully animated, but which are just full of instant kills. Here, the bird is just going to kind of constrain your position, and that's pretty much all it's going to do. The platforming is just going to continue as before, but with maybe some intensification of the music. So yeah, it's going to prevent you from heading forward, but not if we, of course, push forward with the square form. It's something we should keep in mind in case there are any things that are missable after missing an opportunity. Yeah, you see, so there is going to be something here on the right side, which means that if we do get windblown or something, I do in fact want to fall over there. Yeah, so, okay, we're given a bird. Will the bird blow me over? I hope that wasn't the only opportunity, because I actually do want to be projected over to that side, in case I don't get the opportunity to fall into that later. Looks like we have a pot here, though. Okay, so it's going to land. It's going to... Come on. No, 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 don't grab the tree. I want to actually ride that over. There we go. Alright, mission accomplished. Let's continue. And yeah, as we can see, that was the only way to do that. We couldn't drop up top or anything like that. We'll just let him scream his lungs out. Oh, okay, that was a mild surprise, given that we were just being teased with the right side ascent as the way that we thought we were going. And yeah, here we'll just continue boosting upwards. Let's try this again, actually, just to see if we can climb here. No, not yet. Yeah, sometimes I'm not exactly sure which pillars are going to be solid and which ones will let me through. That one will let me through, though, and as you can see, we do, in fact, have another point for ascending here. That's just going to show me where that is, though, so we'll eventually just need to boost over to the left side and just keep that in mind as a potential location. So for example, if we boost past this pillar and just go left, nope. And do its second burst over here and drop. Nope, we do need one additional burst to get in there, so let's not squander the double jump. Yeah, we do need the first jump and then the double jump. There we go. And let's check the right side as well. We don't know what's going on there. Doesn't seem like much. This is just a drop location in case you get blown back down, I guess. Alright, now let's proceed. And yeah, looks like we are just supposed to head on up. Anyway, bird's going to emerge. Once again. I guess as the black bird, it was composed of all the other little bird fragments that we saw in the reflective, shadowy area much earlier on. And yeah, we are supposed to be blown up to the upper level. We just need to time that. Ride it out, use the double jump as well. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, Mr. Bird. Okay, nothing that we can shatter here. That looks like it's just going to be a drop or reset location. Anyway, bird's going to step around here menacingly. This will eventually take me up, but I kind of wonder about this location. Okay, that's a lot of nothing. Okay, that's interesting that you can just kind of run into it. And maybe check over here. No. Now, let's see what it's going to do for me here. Yeah, I wonder if I can just get right under its feet. No, I can't actually get past that pillar, so... yeah, let's not squander the second jump. We do need to probably land on top of the tree. Get airborne first with one jump, land on top of the tree, and then do the same interaction. Whoops, no, coming in just a little bit too low for that. That is the right idea, though. Stopping on top of the tree, we just came in with a little bit less elevation than what I needed. Okay. Do need to crank all the way to the right as well. I can't just stop there and expect the current to do all the work. And I also can't get blown off my feet from a standing position. I do need to jump first before the screech. Yeah, actually I do want to get into the double jump right away, I think, because then I float from a higher location. And then we do the same thing with the next screech, like that. Okay. Now, we continue to climb, at least after I check the left side. Shattering that does nothing. Alright, let's move on up. Climb the tower. And just let this zoom out and be attentive to anything else optional that I can be doing here. Doesn't seem like I can drop anywhere else interesting, though, even if I do decide to float around a bit. Yeah, that's just going to take me straight down. And the right side is just where I came in, so let's just climb. Looking infinitesimal on my current display, but we'll just boost all the way up and fly. Anyway, the bird's going to follow my progress. Nothing I can do but just track it at the same velocity until it decides to try to take another run at me as I get further into the sky. Everything looking quite reddish now. The green seems to have dropped out again, apart from the occasional tree. Let's make sure we check the right side here. Given that that looks like an easily missable location. Okay, maybe nothing. And, yeah, you've got a tree there. Got a boost location over here. I do want to check some of this stuff. Nope, nothing. Just another potted plant. Anyway, let's move on up. Did I actually check down here? Yeah, nothing. Okay. If I were attentive to that, I would have known it. That's okay. Music has quite conspicuously stopped here. But the bird isn't finished with us quite yet. There's a very similar sequence, in fact, in Jedi Fallen Order, where you have to contend with a bird boss that also follows you up a tower against a very red backdrop on a planet that you're on. This strangely reminds me of that. Even though I think this game actually came out first. 60% of this is me falling down to check locations. Well, yeah, that's just how I play. You've seen that before. Often enough in Mario Maker and other such delights. Wait until you see me play Metroid when it comes out. It's going to be a very similar experience. I mean, part of it is that I know I've been missing some locations already, right? So I know that some of this is worth checking. I also know that this location here is going to be something. Ooh, okay. This guy seemed a little bit frightened by the bell. So that was what I was supposed to do, but I want to check these jars anyway. Burst on the right side. Well, the burst on the left side seemed like it was the more interesting one. So let's take it. I think it's functionally the same thing. We just need to ring the bell, actually, I think. I don't want to stay on the bell, of course. So oddly enough, we could have gone up the right side. I think the idea actually is that I need to make contact with the bird, maybe. Oh, okay, the bird is just going to inflict that on himself. Scream his lungs out until the bell scares him away. I don't exactly know what the logic behind that interaction is. I mean, it looks like we could have opened up either spot to be heading upwards. But we'll just burst upwards. Yeah, let's check that again. Nowhere else to go. Yeah, I'm going to check things. But don't really see anything here as an alternative pathway, so... That's the thing with a game where the artwork is constantly changing, that you don't necessarily know what the rules are going to be behind how it hides things, and so a lot of that's just going to be by implication. As you check different spots that look roughly more suspicious than the others. Anyway, here's another hand to sit on, just like we did at the beginning of the game. This looks very familiar, actually. It's basically like the introduction. Now, I did not put that jump input in. As you can see from the letterboxing, this is just part of the cinematic. And it looks like we have released another pigment into the world. Looks like we've got the blues. Even a streak of indigo there. And that's going to make it rain. Blue has been brought back. I, of course, am going to see if we can get past a hair on this beautiful statue. Yeah, double jump will get me up here. And we'll slide down. And we'll have a very subtle transition here that brings me here, where with the restoration of blue, we also have water and the ability to swim. But not dive very far, unfortunately. We just sink when I land in the water. Possibly we'll be unlocking a swimming ability as we progress a little further, given that I can't currently go to the left. So yeah, possibly we'll have another dive. Oh, actually, no. I was about to say I can just sink, but nope. The water is going to have a word with you about that. Look at this lovely little curtain here, though, now. Looks like that's going to be the next kind of platforming obstacle that we deal with. And yeah, you actually can just stay on this. It is a continuous surface. It was formerly an invisible tree, I guess, but now it's being rained on. You can see its outline. You can also jump on this filmy sheet of water, which has incredible viscosity. Yeah, we'll eventually be able to go up, but let me take a look. Okay. Back we go. I don't know if there's anything to check on the left here, given the presence of some of these squares in the foreground. Just that one, though. But I do wonder about that tree on the left. I think it's maybe just showing you that it's potentially possible to head left later and land on that if we have the opportunity to do so. So we'll keep an eye on that. And maybe there will be a way to make it over. Right now, though, it looks like we'll just be progressing to the right side on top of the green trees as before. And we'll be able to go up this way as well, but let me just see here. And yeah, we'll be able to boost up this location. That, in fact, looks like it is going to be the optional thing to do, given that it's going to be in conjunction with an easier path. So we'll land on top of this thing. Head down towards the next boost location. Let's see where this takes me. Over to the tree to the right, I'm sure, or... double jump here, and then we can land downstairs. No, not yet. Oh yeah, we stop this and then double jump like that. Not a double jump, actually, because we just landed on top of this thing here. So yeah, it shows you a very clear location for a collectible. And there's nothing else of note along the way, I don't think, so we'll just continue here. Okay, everybody's going to peek and look at you like you're somebody who just brought the rain. I'd say it's washed out a lot of the red that we saw earlier, but no, it's just actually combined with it to create a lot of these very picturesque purples. But yeah, definitely is probably nice for these people who have been undergoing a drought season and picking apples up off the ground. I guess we'll just float down here into the water. Yeah, here's a boost location. Eventually, let me just go forward and see what else is here first. I wonder why we would want to take that first one then. Let's just see how much further this goes. We have a couple of options here, in fact, and I think maybe eventually we just have to check several of them if we have the opportunity to drop back down. Unless, of course, they just take you forward instead of having to swim. Yeah, that's what it was all along. They just boost forward. So we were doing things the inefficient way, but that's okay. Anyway, we'll just get over here. You can see that circle in the background is like the location of the sun still. Yeah, I mean, you know, what would be the fun of playing video games if we just tried to do things the easy way? I actually don't know how many of those optional collectibles I hit. I know that in that zone there was a total of 7. I don't think I got 7. I feel like I missed some. But we can check the top left to see on the upper level before the bridge over to the green zone just now how many of those we actually managed to hit. Because it looks like if you have to retread a lot of this game or even redo it from scratch to get some of the 100% collectibles, we definitely will not be able to do that this stream. But I'll just push as far as we can for now, and also the fact that we have to double jump does make me think of what I was trying to do earlier in order to get back to the introductory zone, but okay, so we do have all 7, which is fine. And yes, you can see it from the diagram now that this is the square tree zone. So despite having all 7, nothing happened. But I guess you may actually just need to collect all of them in every zone to unlock whatever they unlock. And I don't know if those collectibles maybe persist between files or something, but we'll see. It might just be something that we don't have access to completing until post-game. Or something like a New Game Plus file. But we can come back and inspect that at some other point. Especially because I am pretty sure, like I said, I know what I missed in the second zone. In the first zone I'm not so sure about, but the double jump, of course, is the main thing gating you off from this location here. Everything's tightly scripted enough here that I don't think there's really much going on for the sequence breaker, but yeah, this looks like it's just a main route eventually, so let's check this first. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. I never know which location to try out first, because I don't want to get funneled along the main route prematurely. But hopefully we'll be given a chance to stop before we need to commit to anything, yeah, and this, I guess, was the exit point earlier on when we came in from the right side of the map. Except at that point, yeah, I did shatter this on my way in earlier. I just didn't know what these were for, and now we do. Let's boost all the way up. And miss. I am activating the double jump a little bit early. Let's hang there a little bit sooner. And yeah, still don't really have the double jump falling arc accurately estimated here. I think I do need to bend left pretty much right away. But I do need to take advantage of a float on my way down as well, and maybe that's the issue that I'm running into, that I want to float at the very peak of the jump. Let's jump in this way. Okay. Or actually, what if I... Yeah, just fall into this. Hang on, let's fix this. I think I really need to activate this sooner rather than later, at the peak of the burst. That's too soon. This is a tighter spacing than I expected, actually. Maybe there's another way up on this side here. Nope, doesn't seem like it. That is going to be the way up. Let's just try to do it accurately. There we go. Now, these aren't shaking under my feet, so they're not going to be shatter points. Looks like we have the next segment here that also is going to have 7 optional collectibles. And I don't know what that design signifies now, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
We currently don't have the ability to go any further up. I think we just need to drop in to the left from here, actually. Let's see where this takes me. No, just all the way back down, actually. Okay. Yeah, I probably could have predicted that, given that I didn't actually pay attention to where I was going there. Kind of wondering about this central element here, too. That's okay, we'll just climb back up. Not quite. And yeah, definitely a good time to fetch yourself a warm mug of milk or something as you wait for me to get this together. Let's descend slowly on the right side here, see if I missed something. Nope, that's just back down. I am probably just missing something about how to ascend that tower. Something quite obvious, just like jumping up in a very simple fashion. Let's try to do this at least, say, 50% of the time. Yeah, actually, I should just shatter this pot. No, it isn't. So, quite possibly this is just not the way ahead. And I'm missing something else. About where to go here. Well, we've got this tower here. Was I able to drop in this location? Because there we go. There we are. So, is the implication here that we're at the halfway point of completing whatever this is? I don't know, but now we've seen this for the first time, and it's halfway, so whatever's going on here, we... Oh, I see. So we are missing some spokes here as well. As you can see with the one pointing northeast. Let me just count these up. Well, it doesn't include the early zone, but this matches up to the main zones, not counting prologue, where I seem to miss one. Implying, of course, that we have 2 more left to go, but of course there's the turtle zone down below. Oh, you know what? The turtle zone down below. Because that's where the double jump was progressing. Well, now we know about that location. That at least tracks to progress. So yeah, it seemed like we were missing one spoke, probably number 4 here. And actually, we don't even need to double jump, we just needed this to fill out. And yeah, eventually, if we're able to swim, then we can dive down. But for now, we'll just continue here and So we know there are at least 2 zones remaining. This one here and whatever is signified by the point up top. Now, the thing about the turtle zone is, let's see how many collectible points there were. Not that I'm keeping track. I think there were 5. Yeah, 5 here, so... just keep that in mind as we proceed. Okay, down we go. Into the caverns, and we'll see what awaits us here. Okay, another shatter location. Oh, let's check the left side first. Nope, nowhere to go but down. Let's crash down here into the water, where we are unable to swim, but there's also no limitation on your breathing, so it's fine. Yeah, in general, just these sweeping motions of the main character are very graceful, whether you're boosting or falling or whatever. It's the way the fabric just kind of traces your overall flow of movement. Does quite a lot to make this game look very fluid. Okay, so this looks interesting. Kind of like this glowy mushroom cap or something. And here, once again, we have the opportunity to sink our way down. Any further? Nope. And can we release it up? Nope. No way to go but down. Can't do anything here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the swimming power next. I think that is very strongly implied, especially when you see locations like this pool here. For now, though, we'll just have to dive down with the power of the Kirby Stone. Ah, I see. Okay, it's just going to be a partial segment of water. Which always reminds me of a Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. And let's get over here. And just complete the circuit as we boost all the way back up. Right, so as you can see, we do have a couple of different locations we can check. Looks very much like we'll have to progress over to the right side unless we just have a very dramatic drop off the top rectangle here. Yeah, sure, let's just do a kind of low drop. No, that's not going to do anything. Do you need to drop from a great height, I think, in order to press your way down. And here's another sliding segment. Okay, so this shows you that you can land on top of these guys just fine. Of course, we'll move on over here first. and then head on up. Well, lots of choices here. Does anything happen if I stomp on them? Well, they glow a little bit around the edges, but other than that, no permanent environmental damage. And yeah, we can pretty much check either side. Doesn't look like anything is going on down here, though. At least not with our current suite of abilities. Okay, up we go. Kind of wonder what color we're going to be restoring this time. Interesting that we kind of have a two-way lift here. Ah, okay, so you can, in fact... well, I guess we can't go back up just yet, but maybe there will be some kind of backtracking. That takes me back upstairs. Feels like I'm missing a lot here. That's okay, we'll just head forward for now and probably unlock some kind of new traversal power as we go. Right now, though, it's going to be pretty straightforwardly deeper into the cavern. Here's a burst location once again. Notice that we can go nice and high and probably drop back down in dramatic fashion. Let's shatter this first, of course. And then, yeah, we kind of need to complete that sweeping motion by just heading down a little bit lower, possibly by making sure we drop at the very peak here. And that will take me up. And momentarily sane, not hot pink yet, pretty much the opposite of this actually. We did have the red zone earlier in the desert, but since then just been green leaves, blue water, and who knows what color awaits us next. Okay, once again, we need to hit 2 points. Let's check the left side first. And yeah, this looks like it's approachable with double jump, or is it yet? Oh, okay. Interesting. That I create little ice sculptures here. So I get frozen, it creates an ice sculpture, and can I jump on it? If I'm in mid-air, then it does not freeze me, by the looks of it. What if I just get frozen here? Does it create that platform for me? No, I can't actually drop on that. What if I'm in square form? Then yes, I can. Okay, that's kind of neat. I wonder if I can do that in midair, actually, if it... well, with a slightly different timing, I wonder if I can actually create that in midair. I think that is a pretty strong implication, in fact, of what I have to do. So we'll freeze this first. And then I have to mind the timing here. Nope, it does shatter in midair as we saw earlier. Well, that isn't going to give me enough height, so we'll... Oh, if I'm standing on a platform and not in the air, though, it is going to create a statue for me. So the idea is that I can keep stacking these, in fact, and gradually make my way up so long as the platform is accessible. So that's about as high as I can go, though. Naturally, I am going to freeze myself again and go further up since we don't see the ceiling here. Okay. Nothing that I can see. Alright. Now that's a very neat mechanic. This little flash freeze that they have going on. And we'll keep that in mind as we head over to the right side and see if it is doing something very similar. Kind of nice how it leads you to that solution, in fact. Just by giving you a chance to experience the rule set that you're dealing with this new ability. So we'll just freeze here again. Now that's neat. Except, of course, for the solidity of this object here, I think I need to really get on top of that and shatter it from the top. Which implies to me that I will need to climb on top of one of these here, or balance them out, actually. It could be a mechanism that requires me to balance things rather than shatter, which tells me that I will actually drop... no, that's not going to be it. So yeah, okay, let's drop this. And then... yeah, I can't really get over here, so... still thinking about this. I think I just need to reposition things such that they're a little bit more accessible. So, for example, maintain balance over here. Yeah, I do need to get over here. No, that's actually slightly too constrained. I think that's generally the right idea, though. No, do need to freeze the block first. Not too close to the edge there. I feel like that's still going to be a little bit difficult to approach. Yeah, no, that just resets the whole cycle, of course. It's not going to be that. Just trying to get up on top of this guy. think that's not going to work the way I have it here. Not getting enough height, so... I feel like that's not the answer. What I can do is freeze one block. This is what I was attempting earlier. And then drop the other block on top of that, such that things even out. Yeah, so I'm just trying to look at where I can jump into that location. I need to get on top of the ring. Oh, okay, so I'm not actually looking at how the ring opens. That's the issue. That it is when... I actually need to balance these. I'm just thinking too hard about trying to shatter things when it is actually just entirely about balance. And... so yeah, so I actually just need to constrain this a bit. And have the platforms released accordingly. And okay, that was almost the right idea. Actually, yeah, so I just need to create a platform without weighing these down, in fact. But that's not hard to do. I just need to impose no weight whatsoever on them. So let's try to set this up once again. Okay. Yeah, so I was okay in the initial position when they were balanced. And now, you know what? I don't actually need to use the cube, I don't think. I have my own weight here. Let's reset this, first of all. Reset this completely back to its balanced position. Not like that, of course. Yeah, this is not that tricky. This is just going to require a little bit of rethinking. No, I don't want to settle that like that. I do want to stick something here to eventually weigh it down temporarily, but the question is, can I actually have enough of a jump here to move on up? And I don't see that being the... Oh, you know what? No, there's this central pillar. Okay. I was ignoring the central pillar the whole time. I just was somehow blind to it as a location I could stand on. That was literally the one thing that was missing here, was standing in the center, because I kept thinking I needed to create an additional platform to reach this at all. So yeah, that was a bit of a blunder, but oh well. That kind of thing happens. So yeah, actually I have to read the artwork sometimes. Anyway, we've got the two stars of the mini constellation here, so let's plug them in. Oh, okay, so now we have the ability to swim and boost. Now, if I boost out of the water, does it give me much of a burst? Not much of one. But look at the top of this object here. It really does imply that maybe there's something to work with. I've been playing with D-pad all this time. Maybe I should be switching to stick for the underwater segments. Anyway, I did expect this to be the next ability. So I've actually never played an Echo the Dolphin. Although I do remember what a big hit it was in its own day. But yeah, definitely a bit of a hole in my classics knowledge. Do you just want to check all of these locations here in silhouette? So we enter the depths and introduce some of that red and green again into the watery depths. I've not seen a single one of those optional collectibles yet. Here. Oh, I say that, of course, just as I checked this location. I was about to comment on how it seems like I resemble a bit of an angelfish. And look at this guy. It's like he's part of all these rotary dials that we've been seeing all over the game. Anyway. Look at this. This is a yellow fish. Given that we haven't really unlocked yellow yet, I guess it's just from a combination of the existing pigments that we actually have made available. Anyway, way into the depths we go in angelfish form. And back to cloak form. And back to fish form. Yeah, it might be worth looking at Echo the Dolphin at some point. And if we take some time to do some additional retro coverage. Look at this, that's a drop location that we should be aware of. Looks like there is a secret buried there, unless of course it is along some kind of main path. Let's check this actually, in case there is a way to go left. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's guiding light over there. Guiding light seems to imply that's the main path, so let's just ignore it. Unless there are multiple guiding lights. There's actually quite a lot of territory here that's traversable. All at once. This really opens up. It was a much more linear game up to this point. So we can continue along here, or I can just explore what we saw earlier. Ah, okay, this is a new kind of gate. We hadn't seen this gate before. So that's interesting. And this is... Ah, okay, another optional structure, so let's do it, of course. Probably we need to take advantage of... Ah, it's a reflecting pool. I think so, anyway. There probably is something we need to do here with the mirror image. I look a bit small in my own display, unfortunately. I can't see where I'm going very well. Yeah, you have a standard little star over here that we can approach. Although I don't think I have the ability to do so just yet, unless I can unscrew something here, but... Am I? Ah, there I am. Okay. No, we can actually just navigate through the middle segment. I think that's going to be the way to do it. And yeah, we just need to explore. Now this will be interesting in that there is an exit that pops you out here, but we haven't figured out how to do the top part yet, possibly with the burst out of the water. I will in fact try that first, given that exiting here will likely spit us out and make it difficult to come back. So is there something I can do to get up stairs? Maybe some way to drop in from up higher, actually, given the opening up top. Alright, we obviously have a lot to do that's in the open area that we saw earlier, so why don't we actually just exit this way first? And then we'll see if we can find an upper entrance that will drop me into the set of orbitals there. Don't really know what to call the various collectibles just yet. There's just the required ones, which are like stars in a constellation, and the optional ones that are like celestial orbits, which just maybe call them orbits. And yeah, this is just going to be a one-way gate. We'll of course check this first. Did I actually just hit something? Oh, you know what? We have these guys now. And if I lead them back over here, maybe they will let me burst. All the way up top. So I think that is actually going to be it. So this is something we'll keep in mind, that we can in fact get these guys to trail me underwater. Oh no, except we lost them. So never mind, I guess there's maybe a particular destination that they need to go to. Well, let's see if I can retrieve those one more time. Maybe we can't lead them out that way. Because if I capture these... Yeah, they disappear as soon as I come out. So the question is, where am I actually allowed to take them? That's not something I'm clear on just yet. Given that I need them to burst in midair. Let's go back and retrieve them one more time. I guess we can't take them out of the water, so we'll see if there's maybe some other point I can lead them to. There I am. This would look very nice on a gigantic display. It is a little hard to see here. So yeah, let's not come up just yet. Let's see if maybe there's some other target location where it'll be a little more comfortable. Probably not here either. Maybe you can only use them once after you... Yeah, okay, I see how this works. I see how this works. That if you retrieve them, you have a very limited amount of time to use them before they disappear. So I can bring them here. I can also bring them to that other segment, which actually looks more promising as a route. Yeah, because you need to burst out of the water, hold jump, and take advantage of that very narrow window in which these remain alive and available for your use. So let's try this area one more time. I think you will actually have to take the top path in order to drop in. But given that I'm unsure about that, we'll try it this way. Just to test. Do I still have those guys following me? Yes, I do. But yeah, you pretty much need to use them right away. And that is the way to do it. No, that's not the way to do it, because we can't get far enough. So, yes, we do need to take it the other way. And drop in from the top, because that's, of course, what matches what we're doing here in the first place. In the reflection. Or, I guess, in the parallel structure. That's maybe a better way to describe it. No. We need to take it up the other segment. Let's retain some kind of spatial memory here as we do this. Yeah, once you cycle around the certain segments a couple of times, you definitely notice that so far we don't have very speedy maneuverability on land just yet. Whether we'll develop those abilities later remains to be seen. But yeah, let's take it to the left segment. Oh, you know what? I keep going around a loop, forgetting that this gate has actually disappeared permanently. I keep forgetting that and expecting the gate to still be here. So we didn't actually need to loop around a whole structure every single time. Well, now we know. Now we know. There we are. And that's going to take me through. Here we go. Success. As soon as we can figure out how to get back out of here, which is going to depend on breaking this thing. Now let's continue. Yeah, Meng, I know you told me you played this before. I don't know how completely you played this or collected everything. We do need 6 different points, actually. I didn't see this previously, I don't think. And we, of course, have 2 from earlier that we've retained. So 3 more to go. Oh yeah, this was where I was being guided earlier. We may as well take a look. I guess we're being guided here because, oh, we need to chase this guy. Ah, okay, so we were guided here because this guy is fast. And I missed. I was on pace and I missed. That's okay, we just need to drop in a more central position and I should be able to catch him as long as I switch buttons a little bit faster. Or we can just go to the right side and catch him on the way back. There we go. Do you want to check that ledge on the way down, though? You remember finding all of the secrets in this level specifically? Okay. I think we've got 2 so far out of 5. This was the entrance that we came in, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, I like that it's opened up to these non-linear structures. I guess it's done that in every zone to some extent. It's easier to find the secrets as you go along once you understand the game's internal logic and its rules for how it's going to manage them, I guess. Early on, I couldn't really distinguish the main paths from side paths very well, but now it seems like it's going a bit better. Okay. Let's move on up. We do have at least one more zone after this. I had no idea what we were going to be dealing with in terms of length. I was kind of roughly aware that this is a game that can sometimes be done in maybe one sitting, possibly 2. But hopefully I can stay long enough to actually just complete this today, but we'll see. Given that we just have the one zone afterwards, I am being somewhat thorough with it, and that's also why I don't really trust a lot of the reported playtimes that you see often, because I know that I'm a comparatively slow player who likes to check stuff. Like how we've been here before, but I just wanted to first here anyway, in case anything reveals itself. Yeah, so this was just way back up. We've done this before. That's okay, we'll drop back down. Unless there's something back here. We actually didn't check the water segment on that side on the way out, so let's do that. I kind of want to just take this diagonal like that. Yeah, it's a little bit faster. You could just skip some of this stuff entirely. Now let's head down. And yeah, we can drop back down here, but I did see this entrance earlier and I didn't think there was anything, so. Speedrun stress for when we replay content for no reason other than to just retread existing locations. Anyway, we are just missing one point, and I haven't really checked bottom left yet, so I assume that's next. Poke around in all the shadows here. Okay, we've got a red tree. And yeah, once again, we picked up some of these guys to give me a burst. This is going to be a one-way gate. Yeah, I guess in case you don't understand how this is going to work from the other segments. So if you're doing this segment first, for instance, then that's going to clarify that for you rather quickly. And we'll eventually go up the center, but not until I've swept around more carefully, of course. There are a lot of water segments all over this zone where things could be hidden, so... Because we saw very early on that that was likely to be the thing we had to deal with. Let's open this gate first. Let's grab another set of these birdie things that don't last very long outside of water. And yeah, I think I've pretty much checked what I can here, although we have a set of these now that will have to get me out some other way. Let's burst out the right side again. Yeah, I don't think I can preserve them onto this side. Not that we need to. Yeah, just hugging the walls every now and then to check them a bit more carefully. Oh, look. Way down into the depths here, I bet this is something, actually. We find some way to light this place up. Possibly plugging everything in is what lights it up and allows me to progress with a revelation of some new color. And we'll just listen to the pentatonic once again. Now covering a full octave, and okay, turtle power. And the turtle's going to light things up. Now we better keep pace in case we miss something. He's going to show me the way down. It's going to be a bit tricky to check for any optional content, in fact. Except he's just going to go back to his shell. Yeah, if I missed anything here, that's going to be very hard to spot, so let's just continue. Looks like we'll be dropping out of this water segment, though. And into... what location? Oh, on top of the statue. And here we go, except now we can swim. Yeah, can't really burst out of there just yet, so... of course, we'll look around pretty carefully. And now we're below the foot. Okay. Now you can enter the bum of the statue. We'll do that in a moment. Let me just check down here for anything else first. Nope. We've looked at this. So I guess we should just enter the bum. Can't really go anywhere else, in fact. The butt of all the jokes. Whoops. And... okay. Oh, through the belly. And, oh, okay, you can swim up waterfalls, so it's going to work pretty much by Mario Galaxy logic. Except before we do that, I do want to check the left side here. Maybe we do have to check it anyway. Well, we might as well land in the hand first, then. In case that is anything. I do want to check the left side afterwards, though. I feel like this is going to be another color restoration. No, she's going to open her eyes and... what's going to happen here? I am going to... reveal something. Reveal the moon. By the looks of it. It's going to restore a whole bunch of new structures by moonlight. This is, what a nice scene. Just wanted to get that screenshot. Yellow has been brought back. Hold A. What does that do? Oh, whoops. Did I actually want to do that? Crumple everything up. Okay, I guess we won't find out what was on the left. Okay, here's the bird again. I didn't actually understand what A was doing other than just making everything crumble, but... I'm not convinced I can actually fail any of this here. I don't have much control, in fact, directionally. I can just burst, but I'm not actually permitted to steer very much. So... it is kind of a cutscene. Can do a little bit of bursting here and there, but I don't think it does much to affect the pacing. And yeah, all the pathways are just going to split. Yeah. Like I was saying previously, these are pretty much the polar opposite of the deadly escape sequences in the Ori games. Both very pretty, but very different philosophies. What the player can do and what the failure condition is going to be. Anyway, we do have yellow back in the mix, so... yeah, I guess we didn't get to check what was on the left side of the statue earlier. I don't know if that was even accessible, but it looked like it might have been. But we'll light everything up. A button doesn't seem to do anything underwater. And yeah, still unclear on what that input was doing for me, in fact, other than just collapsing the entire statue, so we'll have to keep it in mind as we push a little further here. Oh, there was something. Glad we checked. What am I up to? Maybe 3 of these in this zone already? Yeah, that one's actually decently hidden. Except, no, you see the trails is here, actually lighting up that path in a very subtle fashion. So we'll pay attention to things like that. Although, of course, this is not a game that's going to repeat the same kind of clue. You just need to be attentive everywhere you go. So, here we are in this main area. Okay. Yeah, once again, you know, bursting or twirling doesn't really do much. It is very much just a cutscene escape. I get to sway a little bit and choose my path, but other than that, I just basically sit back and watch. And we'll just let it chase me up. Okay, turtle power is going to save us again. Good thing we plugged in everything earlier to revive this guy. So if we're nearing the end of this zone, and I'm guessing we might be, I think I did miss quite a bit, secrets-wise. But of course it's a much more open zone, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Oh, let's not drop out of the water just yet. Let's see where else we can go first. No, that's the only way. Unless we go back down, just to see. Oh, okay, no. It's just going to push you back up. Okay, so looks like we're here by lamplight. You see an additional collectible on the top level there, so let's keep that in mind. Also another boost location up there. I see. So the A button is, if you hold it, you attempt to sing, I think. Or at least it looked like she was taking a bit of a breath here. Yeah. So I do not have my voice back yet. Desperately gasping for something, but every time I open my voice, the statue crumbles. And of course that was what we understood about the beginning of the game, that it seems like losing my voice and trying to get it back is the central quest here. Kind of like The Little Mermaid, but with more crumbling statues and sea turtles. And birds that are trying to eat you. Maybe it's not really that much like The Little Mermaid. Okay, so we have another ice palace of sorts over here. I do, as I said before, want to make my way over to the top right, so we can eventually hit the next secrets location. And yeah, I can't actually drop down yet, so... Oh, let's check this. No.
Okay. So this is going to light up as we go. I don't know if that has much of an effect on whether we can stand on this. I don't think it does. I think it's just affecting the lighting. Now, if we stand on it, it stays lit though, apparently. What if I let it dim? Ah, no, okay, as long as I approach it, it seems to light up. See? Like that. In fact, as soon as I pass this line here, that's the threshold at which lights go on. So, let's continue. So yeah, like I was saying, not sure I can finish the whole thing today if we have a whole zone left to go. But we'll make a run at it. Okay, we can just burst up somewhere. Did I already have something to work with here? No. Okay, we just need to burst our way up. And yeah, the lights are going to show you, as you approach them, where you're permitted to go. And so we'll keep that in mind, because that's probably going to reveal that secrets path that we talked about earlier. In fact, this here is going to reveal that, right here. So yeah, I'm glad we actually were attentive to that placement right after a boost location, as well as the fact that we saw some lights around here, indicating that there was going to be a path through the darkness. So I believe that's 4 out of 5 collected in this zone, and who knows if there is going to be one more, or if we have already missed it. Now let's come out here and yeah, as usual, I can't always tell if we can go through certain surfaces or not, so I have to check the collisions manually much of the time. Oh, I was actually going to check the right side, but sure, we'll go left. I'm sure we can go back afterwards. Do I get a chance to light this up? Yes, I do. Very interesting, because it'll show me the location where I to proceed, and you actually do feel it briefly with the rumble, in fact. There is a controller vibration when you step on the stones that can crumble. I haven't noticed much about the controller vibration otherwise. It's very scarcely used in this game. Okay, so we're back up here. Looks like we have another big tree here. As well as a waterfall to swim up. Yeah, it looks like this is just going to be a water block. Which makes me think of the rain segments earlier and whether anything interesting can be done with those, but I'll just check some of this stuff. You can burst quite far out of those water blocks as you go. And yet again, the influence of Donkey Kong Jungle Beat is deeply felt.
I don't know if there was a very clear precedent for that kind of water block platforming in 2D prior to that, but that was where it was most noticeable to me. And before, of course, a lot of the similar ideas, including this waterfall burst, made it back in Super Mario Galaxy. Yeah, of course we're checking. And the right side as well. Maybe a bit further up. Okay, nothing. Now, okay, takes us all the way back up. And yeah, it looks like this is going to just be the main structure here. Which tells me I did in fact miss something. Because I believe it's just a 4 out of 5 on the turtle. Unless we have some ways to go before we reach to check for that. But no, this looks like it is going to be the central structure. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the spot I missed was left of the statue, but we'll check the turtle and see in order which collectible I was lacking. And if I'm correct, it should be number 3 out of 5 that got skipped. So let's go back down and take a look at that, perhaps. Number 1, actually. That's interesting. So I wonder... Okay, so we actually did see everything up to that segment I was wondering about then. We were missing something really early. Alright, let's continue. I was kind of wondering whether I would stay long enough today to close this out, but it seems implied anyway that there's just going to be one more zone where we were able to proceed earlier. Now let's see what I can do with my newfound sing-song ability. Part of the issue is that we started a bit late today due to technical problems. And a bit of a false start earlier that set us back by a bit at the beginning of the stream, but we'll see. I mean, it might be a substantial segment given that we have enough room here for 7 collectibles, but I do want to see this through, so let's just try to get it done. Yeah, it's just that there is some risk that I may have to cut off early, and it would be a big shame if I have to do it when we're very close to the end. But if we do have to extend this to a second stream, then we can also maybe do a bit of a sweep for 100% when we do that. If it looks like it's interesting to do and doesn't require a full replay. Okay, no, we can burst all the way up, of course. And head all the way to the moon and see what color we're missing. So we've got red, green, blue, yellow so far. I don't actually have a good sense of what we might be lacking.
Okay, so this is interesting. These guys are going to boost me somewhere distant. Now that's interesting, that when you boost from those, they reveal new locations. Monday Monkey lives for the weekend. Sorry, I looked over at chat and that's when I got distracted and... Oh, I see. Okay, okay. You are supposed to drop here, I think. Yeah, you said something about the monkey on Monday. And I wasn't quite sure what you were getting at, but this is oddly similar to that grand entrance that's in the recent Pixar film, Soul. That's what it reminds me of. Looks like there's something definitely down below, though. Okay, let's do this again. I was missing something. Oh, because these locations actually fade with time, you have to light them back up. But you can, in fact, drop back down, though. But I think the purpose of this segment when you drop below is to teach you that it is possible to fail. And yeah, eventually, as you can see, that slide does go quite a bit further. Which indicates to me that we'll be traversing more of this structure. This kind of structure, and... So yeah, we just need to refresh it as we go. Can I come up here? No, let's go back down to burst again. Notice the red location that's available there. We're of course going to take it. Don't know if I skipped something. What is this? Ah, okay, that is optional. And we got it. Yeah, it looked like it was placed in such a way that it was going to be a momentary bonus. Anyway, we should check the left here as well, just to see what's going on. I think this is just a location that you drop towards. Oh, you're quoting the first episode of Futurama, okay. Let's see. I've actually seen very little of that show, so, or at least it was a while since I last looked at it. So we can probably collect both of these and do a double burst. No, we can't. We can only collect one at a time. Yeah, we're checking both sides, of course. Wisely so. And we can bust back down. Yeah, I've definitely heard that Futurama is very rewarding to people who get into it deeply. I've definitely heard that that's its reputation. Yeah, we're going to check the side pass before we go up the middle. Nothing here, just back to where we came in. So that's just there for symmetry and to Generally just lead your eye towards the center point is where you'll be thinking about going. Oh, whoops. Okay, we can, in fact, burst up here. Hang on. No, okay, that's not water, though. That's just part of the archway, so... Let's light up the night. And yeah, by proximity, that is going to light up and block you. Can I drop? Yes, I can, and that doesn't really get me anywhere. Double check the left side anyway, just to see. Okay, this is just another exit point if you drop, so... This game is very committed to always letting you survive drops and have a gentle reset location after that. To the point where you're going all the way up towards the moon, and it still lets you descend on these stairways to heaven that don't set you back too much. But yeah, it really goes out of its way to make sure you always get a quick and easy second chance at a whole segment. I wouldn't say that Mario gives you deft screams, though. I mean, there's definitely quite a lot more viciousness out there when it comes to platformer deaths. But yeah, it's definitely a very relaxing experience. I mean, some of it, like the chase sequences, are basically on autopilot. Like I said, they're sort of the opposite of Ori, which tends to go a little bit hard with some of its instant kills, especially the first game. This guy's going to follow me and just light everything up. Actually, kind of like the shine bugs in Oxygen Not Included, in fact. You can only pick up one at a time, though. Ah, I see. And if you burst, then you lose one of them, so... That's what that teaches you, and that's why you get a second one. But yeah, it's a very engaging for something that's this easy, pretty much apart from the autopilot chase sequences. Which are more like transitional scenes, like just to add a bit of tension that way. So you don't actually want to light this up because that will block your way upwards. But it does at least give you a location to jump on, which means that we might be able to reveal something that I can move towards. But yeah, if you slam the ground, you can just get rid of these guys. And the reason you would want to get rid of them is so you can fall on top of this guy. So yeah, I actually wanted to keep this and get on top of that platform and then drop on top of the red triangles, the red birds. I think they're pretty well established at this point as things that are supposed to be birds. Also notice that the platform is going to break your fall. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me just... check. Yeah, we can't really go left or right much, so let's just burst up. Okay, we will need to collect 2 points here. Am I a fan of horror films? Not really. As a genre, not really. It's a genre that I probably know least well. But, yeah, I think a lot of the emergence of the modern horror genre feels a little after my time in terms of cinema. Although I know a lot of progenitors of the form, like... You know, for example, if you look at a film like Psycho, I think of it much less as a precursor to the modern slasher film than as kind of this late period development of what Hitchcock was doing. I think that's maybe a good way to describe it. That I kind of see it as part of that line of development. Same with something like The Shining and, you know, sort of his late career continuation of what Kubrick was doing. So those are the kinds of films that I know. Most recent horror film I can think of that... I don't think it really counts as a horror film, actually. It's actually much more like a sort of Hitchcock-style film in a way, was Get Out. But yeah, I know on one of the previous streams we were talking about M. Night Shyamalan, which you were not fond of, and which I'm not too keen on either. Last time you went to the moon, you were killing a robot. Now, where would that have been? And... I mean, a great many film directors are pompous arses who think too much of themselves, but some of them really do earn it with the quality of the artwork, right? So... I don't particularly care about their off-screen personalities outside of work. You're going to get all sorts. It's a really good test, in fact. I mean, you know, people talk a lot about things like cancel culture and your appetite for continuing to support the work of artists that you have sometimes very serious problems with, but everybody has a particular threshold, I think, in terms of how tolerant you're going to be, and in terms of a test case that really kind of pushes your limits. And sometimes it's going to be, you know, their attitude related to their work, sometimes it's going to be something completely external. Like if you ask somebody, you know, should we be having major retrospectives of, say, Roman Polanski, who has a kind of body of work which is very well deserving of a major retrospective, but of course has some pretty well-known personal mitigating factors. More recently, of course, I've sort of been thinking about that in relation to Jackie Chan as well, who of course is a very significant figure in world cinema. Towering influence, great physical comedian, also a total status sellout who has been making rumblings about wanting to join the Chinese Communist Party, and, you know, is somebody who's increasingly kind of persona non grata among the people who used to take a cinema very seriously. So, oh, look at that. Upside down world. This game really does. It's the first game I've played other than Celeste that really clearly tries to take a lot of Mario Galaxy concepts into 2D. And Mario Galaxy is enough of a major influence on platform design that you know that a lot of these designers are engaging with its material consciously. I mean, not the first time we've seen gravity effects before in 2D. Even Metroid Other M was doing it in 2D way back in 2010. For all that people complain about Metroid Other M, it was actually trying stuff like that. But yeah, this was a nice little moment here. I didn't really expect it in this game. Do we have a location to break things or stand on? Any of that? But yeah, that's the thing, is that, you know, everybody kind of has their limitation for what they'll take. And I've realized that, you know, I'm actually not somebody who will cancel people or anything like that. I might stop supporting them commercially and actively paying into their work, but I think that if they're a major artist, they remain that way and their work stands up to scrutiny, right? So... And so, you know, the test case is, you know, are you still going to tell people to really study the stunt work and the comedy into films of Jackie Chan? And the answer is, yes, I am. Same way that if you're doing some psychological horror, you really do need to study the films of Polanski. Psychological horror as well as neo-noir, in fact. Okay, we should actually drop on top of this platform and then cross by crossing this threshold. You know what? I wonder if I can drop on top of this red location here and see... okay. No, that's just back down where we came. Okay, no, let's get back to that. But yeah, I tend to know a lot of stuff that's kind of prototypical of what has now emerged into psychological horror, so... Like, I know my Hitchcock thrillers very well, and none of them are what you'd consider horror. The closest thing would be the line of influence that comes out of Psycho, but... as this sort of development of the murder thriller where people are constantly doubting their own sense of the truth. A lot of that material is just its highest point of development. But that's the thing that I really appreciated about the film Get Out, actually, was that it understood something really fundamental to the psychological horror that a lot of films miss, which is that these concepts involved in psychological horror are often actually very funny and very ridiculous to everybody except the person who's kind of experiencing it, right? That's... the truth, when you look at it objectively, is often just utter madness. And that's something that's a very essential element of the genre, I think, that people don't talk about, and that you can't really do psychological horror convincingly if you're humorless. And yeah, horror in general, you know, it's been something that has a long tradition behind it, of course, going back to the silent films. I actually did watch the original Nosferatu not that long ago. Okay, late last year, so somewhat long ago, but it was really interesting as a study in design. It's practically like a precursor to Dr. Seuss. Okay, so we got what we wanted on that side. I don't think I really attended closely to anything optional. We do have some aquatic creatures here. A menu mana, welcome. And yeah, here we go. But Yeah, I'm kind of a purist about thinking that art and artists that are considered offensive actually should remain widely accessible. And that is a sort of test case in censorship, even soft censorship, that, you know, it's better to err on the side of information being free. But that's a separate debate entirely. I think that definitely a lot of cultural attitudes toward that among younger generations have shifted dramatically and in unexpected ways in recent years. But let's take a look at this. Yeah, okay, no, nothing there. I feel like on the previous segment with the introduction of the gravity mechanic that I definitely missed something big there. Felt like I was too busy thinking about horror films. Or just still engaging with the gravity mechanic for the first time, and getting a sense of what we could do with it. But I think what we're actually seeing, it's not so much history as being offensive or anything like that. I'd say that what's going on is that there has been a really dramatic shift demographically and ideologically in terms of who is getting into doing things like academic history and working in related fields, and also that the style of engagement with history has changed quite a bit depending on whether you are doing it on the research side or depending on your subfield too, whether you're mainly working with kind of big military history of the movements of armies and countries, or if you're doing like social history and object history, which is where a lot of the core research is nowadays. And so a lot of the culture shift, and I know a lot of academic historians, and I do have a bit of a pulse on what they're up to, which is why I'm somewhat opinionated about this stuff, or at least somewhat informed. There's just a big shift in who's doing different kinds of history. To the degree that a lot of people within those subdisciplines aren't really even speaking in the same terms or interacting in the same conferences anymore, so. So yeah, like if you're used to teaching history in terms of things like Civil War reenactment or something, and thinking about it mainly in military terms, you're definitely going to have a very different perspective from people who are thinking about, you know, networks of political economy and so on. Like, there's always this concern, I think, from some circles about things like academic history becoming extremely Marxist or something, or whatever, and a lot of it kind of misses that, you know, a lot of it is Marxist in a very sort of boring way, in that it's not that people are, like, active in their local chapters of communist parties or something, but it's more that, like, they're thinking about material and economic history and working with totally different research materials than people who are doing it in a sort of more recognizably traditionalist side. Okay, I haven't figured out how to get around this yet. Let's see, because if I'm out of the water, I'm no longer able to boost with this. Oh, okay, no, this is clear over here. That's how you progress. and then I can boost back. That doesn't solve the problem of how to get to the point I'm trying to collect, though. But yeah, in Canada, there's been a fairly major rift brewing, I'd say, about the treatment of indigenous history, for instance. That's been sort of all over the news lately here. And maybe getting into the particulars is outside of the scope of this stream. Okay, so here's how we do it. If you look at this, you'll see that when you go water to water, the kind of birdfish things that allow you to boost, but which expire shortly after you leave the water, do remain alive. So the idea is that you can keep them alive by going from one water segment to the next, like this, for instance. Nope, they died. But yeah, no, I should be able to do it this way. If I take them to the upper segment here, and then I burst on the other side while they're still alive. So I burst into the right side up gravity side, and then I use them to boost to the left. No, too soon, but that's the way to do it. There we go. Lost a bit too much height there, but that is clearly the method. Alright, let's go back and do that. And yeah, it's absolutely expected that you wouldn't know much about modern Canada. Honestly, there are certain elements to the national culture of this country that suffers from a really deep inferiority complex in some ways. But, you know, even if you're, from Canada or the UK or whatever, you don't necessarily know much about, say, Australian history. I feel like I missed something on the left side here. There's clearly more structure we can get to on the left side, except I'm trapped here now, and I'd have to loop my way back to check. I kind of want to loop my way back to check. Let's do that. I took way too long on that particular interaction, but... But this game is spacious enough, in terms of the time you can spend just sort of mindlessly getting from one location to the next, that it's actually kind of a nice game to play along to just some conversation to the side. You don't need to be too attentive to everything going on, but it is at the same time just this very easygoing aesthetic pleasure. Okay. Yeah, let's just do this again. I just want to check that location to the left side that I didn't get a chance to drop into earlier. I feel like I'm definitely missing something there. But anyway, it's really interesting to see, as I was saying, both this game and Celeste around the same time, late 2018, early 2019 release, and show off a lot of these Galaxy-style mechanics in 2D in totally different contexts, given that they are pretty much total opposites in terms of thinking about things like difficulty tuning. and just how to deal with death in a platformer and how to do resets and, you know, just how to enforce those interactions and coax the player towards them. Because Celeste is a game that's really fond of some of these boosting mechanics as well, where you go from block to block. It's just something that likes to kill you with spikes at every turn. Okay, let's see if we can... Oh, I see. So this was out of the water anyway, so it's not like I could have had very many options in terms of boosting. I think if we tend left here, can I... Yeah, no, I can't actually go anywhere. There's no flexibility here. You just drop through the central tower. Have I died yet in this? There is no death in this game. Even in the threatening-looking cutscenes, nothing kills you. Yeah, it basically is a puzzle platform, I would say. I mean, a lot of the platforming is still engaging, but it doesn't kill you. It just kind of bumps you back to a prior location. Like, it is very much about the pure platforming. There are no enemies to run into, no damage. But you do still need to deal with some timed platforms and also just reading certain interactions, as you can see with the crafting mechanics here. So we're back to A, which was the singing button. And you can see that I've actually partly gotten my voice back. So I can do single notes, I can hold A to sing a little bit longer. So interestingly enough, it looks like this music is just all generative. That's... Yeah, as you hold or tap the button, it is going to trace bits and pieces of the melody. If I keep on holding, let's see what happens. It is a getting over it game. That's actually a very apt description. So do I just keep singing, or do I need to find a different location to do this in? Or maybe something happens transformationally within the radius of my effect. Like, let's stand dead center once again, just to see if this does anything. Because I was standing a little off to the side, and maybe that was an issue? I don't know. Oh, let's just hold and listen to the song, actually. Well, I've got my voice back. End of story, right? I mean, let's see what we can do to use this as a progression tool. I kind of liked just listening to that. Okay, well, let's go on and see what else I can do with this. Go up the steps, we can climb up further. Oh, you can make everything bloom, okay. Yeah, I should have noticed that earlier, in fact. And if you make everything bloom, you can create these locations that allow you to burst further, so... before we do that, let's see if there's anything else I can interact with here. Obviously, I can't sing underwater when I'm in fish form. That would make no sense. If you listen very carefully to the soundtrack, you'll hear that it does very faintly trace what I'm singing. I do want to check the other side first, just to see if there was anything to the left of the main structure that I could have unlocked with the singing ability. Yeah, you can do tons of stuff with this now, actually. Yeah, actually, it seems like the main way up is probably through the center, so let's just not do the center yet. Let's go through the sides and just check everything. And just make everything bloom. Also notice that we can actually go up the steps now. Or could we go up these steps previously? Maybe we could have. Yeah, because this location we've been to previously looks like everything is fine here, though. What the flowers do allow you to do is just create a few shortcuts along the way, maybe. Not so much. But you can see in advance the ones that are going to reveal some locations to boost around in. That's just shortcuts through some territory that was seen already, though, so... Though, dropping this is going to unlock more water. Yeah, maybe you need to run around and do a whole bunch of these, in fact. And just make everything bloom. Okay. Seems like that's the extent of what we can do in this location. And okay, let's do this. We've unlocked quite a bit now, actually. As you can see, there is a location up there that you can approach, but I'll need to float quite a bit further to get anywhere close to that. Ah, okay. That works for me. That's kind of hidden, I guess, by the light. How did I even light that up? Okay, by descending like this. Okay, so you just need to be decently quick. Get on top of this, and we'll collect it. Oh, wow. That's quite the chirp. Anyway, that's all we'll see on that side, probably. And yeah, let's check the right side as well before we get up to central structure, although of course having raised the water level, that just allows you to traverse a bit more easily, I think. And yeah, we can just go over to central part, but before we do that, we'll check the right side. And probably raised the water level here as well. I think maybe that's just going to be part of the main progression. So for example, we drop down here, we can sing and do absolutely nothing.
Oh, look at this. This is something. And yeah, we're gonna drop that. Oh, that's interesting. A giant spider here. Alright, we'll just continue here and see if we can interact with anything else, like everything here that will make bloom. Okay. And yeah, we've collected even more. Yeah, let's light this up too. Not everything is going to perform an interesting function here, but we'll do whatever we can. Okay, once again, it's going to let you burst your way up. And up we go. Yeah, so this is just one big secondary nonlinear segment by the looks of it. We're quite far along now. Let's light this guy up too. No, not so much. Okay, so let's get back up here. And yeah, we can sing these to life. Not really any new traversal here yet, but okay, here's something new. And yeah, we'll just open up new creatures and power your way forward. Now I feel like I maybe missed something earlier, but no, that looks like it's going to open up. Because increasingly this looks like it's kind of main route material. I could be wrong. Well, we'll just let this guy flutter. And yeah, actually I just need a board on the left side. That's a fairly simple solution here. And we'll just let this rise, drop over here, and then do the same thing on this side. And maybe let's be careful here so we don't drop through. Okay, gonna drop in. I probably should have checked the right side of that drop before we went so far. In fact, can I still go back there? Because I feel like I should have checked it. Just, you know, dropped off the right side of whatever was on top here. Because it's going to be a long walk back if I don't check it now. Okay. I mean, we didn't get 100% on a lot of the earlier segments either, so if we miss 100% here, not the biggest deal. One other thing that this game is very committed to is not giving you some kind of faster movement option for walking around. But it's one that I think wants you to really savor experience as much as you can. Just get through something slowly. I mean, its running time seems to be on the relatively short side anyway, so no need to hurry things up unless you are a speedrunner. Might as well just take things in patiently. So yeah, I guess we'll eventually be plugging everything back into the central segment anyway. If I can quickly navigate back up to the top corner, I do want to check it. I'm just too curious about dropping out there if we can. I mean, given that we've activated most things at this point. Let's check it. It's going to be a bit of a walk back. It might be for nothing, but I'm going to be thinking about it otherwise, and so let's ride out the Mecha Spider. And we've activated everything necessary. So yeah, we'll just make our way back up top. Should be fairly quick now that we've seen most of the things that we need to see. Did I actually ever check the left side in this segment here? I don't think I did, in fact. There's clearly something there. Yeah, and we just didn't see that left side, in fact, so maybe that's the part I should actually go back to check if I am able to. Yeah, if I could just return to the earlier part here. I guess not. There was clearly something there, though, so well, let's just go back, and this time we've activated both platforms, so this should be an easy skip. Okay. Like I said, I just want to drop out this side, but now I see that there is actually one more location I want to check after this. Oh no, this is just a hard pillar, so never mind that. But I'm glad we came back anyway, so I could see the other location I want to check. Because that was rather obviously still open. Anyway, we'll just steadily work our way back there. And we'll probably have to do this loop again anyway, but nice to be able to burst through the water, at least. That's one of the benefits of slightly raising the water level, even if it didn't really affect this location. Did I check this? This seems new. Unless it was the way I came up. I think it was the way I came up. Or was it? No, it wasn't, because this is new. Glad we checked it. And what is the gravity rule here? Are we still right side up or upside down? Or okay, this is just a zone in itself. Yeah, glad we noticed that. What is on the right side here? That's something too. Doesn't seem like that's reachable though, unless... No. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'll be able to reach that. That's okay. Probably just some decoration to fill in, even though it looks very much like a platform. That's the thing, that sometimes there are some locations here that are out of bounds. Like we saw that with one of the square green trees much earlier in the game, that the game will sometimes fill in some space with out of bounds locations that have elements to them that still look like traversable platforms, and that's something that can mislead you a little bit if you're in the middle of doing some secrets hunting. Oh, what do we do here? We extended the camera. Excellent work. Okay, I want to go back here. There was one more thing I wanted to check. And then we'll eventually go back to that central section. But yeah, there was something here I was definitely missing, so... Red Knight, welcome. It's not exactly a Metroidvania. You do unlock some abilities as you go, but there isn't any backtracking, at least not that I can see. There is some exploration for secrets hunting, but for the secrets that I missed in earlier zones, I haven't found a way to actually go back and complete them, and so I might not be able to do that until post-game. Hopefully not in a new file, hopefully just in post-game. But yeah, I definitely missed some things. Okay, so this is where I wanted to boost to the left side. But yeah, it's basically all puzzle platforming. There's no death or anything, but still a fair degree of timed platforming, as well as some interactions that involve the abilities that you unlock to reach new places within each zone. So there is a little bit of item progression that way, but it's closer to what you have in something like a Zelda dungeon, say, where it's a zone that is self-contained with its own kind of signature ability. I think maybe that's the best way I can describe it. But you don't backtrack to earlier zones like you do in a Metroid. Yeah, you can't actually pass through this here if you look at the wire, so I think this thing I wanted to check is probably nothing. This was the location, though, where I thought we could go to the left. And drop to the left side of the pool. Yeah, you can't do that. You're locked entirely to the right side. Okay, so that's nothing. Let's just get back out. Yeah, it's very much just a puzzle exploration game, although I would say that each zone, as you get into it, does have a segment usually that has a bit of non-linearity to it. So every zone has this kind of central hub that is a key location where you have to plug in a certain number of collectibles. Oh, we did get something. And so when you're in the segments that are kind of surrounding those hubs, you do have a bit of choice as to which objective you want to pursue next. And so that's where some of the exploration is coming from, and there are also some optional collectibles that I've been sweeping the map for as I go. I think I'm fairly close to the finish, though. Let's see if there's maybe an easy way to get out of here.
I'm glad I checked this location. I wasn't expecting to find something there specifically. Okay, let's get out of here. But yeah, I went in knowing that this game is supposedly fairly short. I've just been doing it in this one sitting, and I think I am probably pretty close to the end. But it's actually felt like a pretty full experience for what it's doing, partly because the pace is comparatively relaxed. And partly because each zone has been pretty interesting in terms of how the platforming asks you to make use of your latest ability. The movement abilities are all fairly familiar, of course, from other side-scroller games. You know, you eventually get your double jump, you get your ability to swim, that kind of thing. Very standard, but the aesthetics and the platforming elements that are kind of built around those fundamentals are very interesting. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to close this out soon. We'll just get back to the central segment where we can plug in these two remaining stars of the constellation that I've collected. At least that's what I'm understanding them to be. And up we go. And let's hang left this time so we can plug everything in. Okay, so we're going to bloom one of these square trees. And that's going to reveal a substantial structure. And we'll just burst into that. Yeah, we need to break this open first. Let's break open the other one too, just for symmetry. Yeah, I played Baba Is You before I was ever a streamer. I was very close to 100%, I think, totally unguided, but the things that were remaining for me in Baba Is You that I was stuck on, I think were kind of in a process of getting hatched and revised anyway, so I decided to just wait it out, and I never actually managed to get back to those to see them in their revised form, so I may actually go back to that game at some point. I enjoyed Baba Is You tremendously. I thought it was an incredible game. It's also one that I'm glad I was not playing as a streamer. I'm missing one. Yeah, there's a whole portion to the left side that I think I didn't capture. So we've got a lot to go still. Right, because I saw a part to the left side that I didn't light up earlier. I think. Unless there was something in the bottom left where I unlocked the water. Because we didn't actually make use of the water here. Yeah, I'd heard about the Baba Is You level editor. I didn't know how far along it was because I had not been keeping up lately. But that had definitely caught my attention. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic game. I'm glad I didn't stream it because I mean, I wasn't a streamer yet at the time anyway, but one of the reasons would be that I felt like a necessary part of the Baba experience was being able to just put down the game for a few minutes after getting stuck on something for an hour and just stopping for tea for 5 minutes and then suddenly seeing the solution in your head. It's one of those games that benefits from that kind of progression. And I don't know if I would have
done nearly as well with it if I did the thing I usually do with puzzles on this stream, which is just talk through everything and totally develop tunnel vision for certain problems that have gotten me stuck. But yeah, I absolutely love Bubba as you. I may go back to stream it at some point just to show off some solutions or something. Or to do the level editor content. That might be interesting, in fact, if there is much of a scene that develops around that. We just need to bring this back to the central segment. I'm just exploring in case I missed anything. Now that I can make flowers bloom as well. No, I think I should just go back. Okay, make this bloom. Yeah, there we go. Quite a lot of it, actually. As for The Witness, I have not played The Witness, actually. I have had it marked out for Steam sales and such for the longest time, and I just never really got around to it. But I've been told by a lot of people that it is also the kind of game that I would enjoy. Yeah, The Witness I know is by Jonathan Blow, who originally made Braid. I wasn't crazy about Braid, but I know it's a totally different game. That was just a kind of a platformer concept where The Witness is kind of full-on logic puzzles. I kind of want to make everything bloom here. Let's... whoops. It's okay. We'll just get to this central platform, maybe. And just create everything I can. Get over to the other side. There's also the bottom left over there, but whatever. I think this is just mostly a return path, actually. Unless there's a bonus segment. Given that the whole central segment is the way up, this is really just one long journey to return to that. But maybe there was an optional collectible somewhere here. Ah, no. There's a required one here. Okay. I didn't know I was still short on one. I thought it was just one away from the finish, but that's okay. Backseating usually hasn't been a problem here. But of course I also have a comparatively small community that's mostly people who kind of understand the puzzle experience and aren't too eager to spoil things. But yeah, menu. The issue with streaming The Witness, though, is that like I'm really kind of pushing my PC pretty hard as it is, streaming off my capture card with the Switch. I don't know if I'm really equipped to stream something that I'm also playing on the PC at the same time, and so that's why I haven't really been streaming PC content here, despite the fact that I do play on PC quite a bit when I can. So it might be something to look into if I eventually do a more powerful PC build specifically with streaming in mind. Because I would love to get more content like PC strategy games in here eventually. But that's one of the reasons why I'm only streaming off Switch for the time being. And even so, the external capture has been pushing things pretty hard, which is why we've had sound problems from time to time. Can I make this thing in the center bloom? Or is it already... Ah, okay, we can. And now do I have everything I need? Yes, I do. Okay, all 5. All 6, actually. So I was missing 2, and I didn't realize it. So here's the orbital pattern that looks just like the title screen. We need to sing and just activate the whole mechanism, so... Okay, so now the world is going to orbit and revolve around me, and maybe the gravity is just going to shift completely. So right side up land became upside down land, and vice versa. And now we're going to drop. And something is going to happen. And we've created an entire constellation bridge with the progression during the game. I don't know how many of the optional collectibles I had, so I want to check that first before I go up. So yeah, we're not going up the main bridge just yet. Also, can I make these bloom? Okay, so I'm missing 2. I got 5 out of 7. And yeah, here that's not going to take me anywhere yet. I can make these bloom on the right, though, with my newfound power. So yeah, I only managed to get 100% collectibles in one zone. I was missing a few of them. Oh, I wanted to check one more thing before I go up. Which is, if I drop into this central segment here, yeah, as you can see, it highlights, with the exception of the prologue, the things that you're missing, but you can sing to make some of this bloom. So this is basically the state of things, with the few collectibles I'm missing highlighted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one additional one at a prologue, which is not listed there. And which might actually be signified by, who knows, one of the center rings? Maybe something else? Yeah, you love The Witness? Yeah, a lot of people, as I said, have had very good things to say about it for me, but of course they're also very careful not to spoil it, because I think the people who appreciate that game do generally regard it as an experience that should not be spoiled, and so that's the impression I have. That they love it, but they do not want to tell me why, and that's fine. We'll have to find that out for ourselves eventually. Okay, so Constellation Bridge is complete. What do I do now? I mean, I have my voice back. We didn't really deal with the bird earlier, or the eel, or the... anything else, really. Anything shadowy. Oh, okay. That is maybe a reflection of myself. The true evil that lurks inside. So... that is apparently our real nemesis. And we've been devoured. Maybe because we didn't collect 100% for the true ending.
Or maybe because this is just the standard ending, but let's watch and find out. Why didn't I save the cube boy? I totally did save the cube boy. I gave the companion cube a whole set of apples. I don't know if it is an ending. We're pretty close to an ending, but I don't know how much more interaction I have with this thing. So I am able to move freely in this segment here. But everything is just moving up towards this location anyway, so... I think I'm likely to be pretty close to finale. I like how the sound is completely muted when you're under the goo in this segment here. It is kind of like the big reflective zone much earlier on, where everything is monochrome again. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is fairly close to finale. This is oddly reminiscent of the final boss of Bayonetta. And if you've played that, you would know what I mean by that. It's funny how this game actually reminds me of a lot of games that are nothing like it, but which have some specific elements that are very much like it. Reminds you of a specific moment from Hollow Knight. Yes, that's actually a very good point, Menu. I know what you're talking about. And Melamoni, yeah, thanks for confirming that we're pretty close to the finish. You know what? Oh, come on. It spoiled me with the prompt. I was about to hold A anyway, because this is exactly what you do at the very start of the game. In the opening credits, when you sing and everything gets blown apart, right? So it's kind of like the mirror image of that, where you sing now with your voice returned to you, and you heal the whole statue. Anyway, let's not over-explain, let's just watch this and enjoy it. When did I play Hollow Knight? I played Hollow Knight when it originally released on the Switch in 2018. So that was also something that predated having a capture card. I didn't play it all the way to 112% or whatever it is. There was a lot of endgame content I didn't do, so... It is something I'd like to return to eventually for a fuller completion, especially some of the harder boss content I never beat. Or, you know, just to do different routes and sequence break it or something. So yeah, having all the color restored to me allows me to just restore the statue to its natural condition and just paint the world anew. Let's not narrate this, let's just take it in. Yeah, the animation of this game is what caught my attention about it in the first place. Okay, so world has been restored to full color, as has the statue, which I guess the statue has this central element of the game. It's kind of like this externalized representation of self in a way, or I'm kind of reading it like it's a sort of self-image that has been shattered and pieced back together. That's just a sense that I get from the interaction. I think it is left open to interpretation. But yeah, everything about the animation is very meticulously crafted as you go from zone to zone, and also as you unlock the different traversal abilities for the character. Like I said near the very beginning, though, what I didn't expect was just how much the music would be interacting with what's going on visually. I knew this was a pretty game. I didn't know that the sound design was such a major element of the experience. But anyway, that's a game by Nomada Studio. That was Gris. We didn't do it to 100%. I don't exactly know how 100% completion works given its linear structure, whether we have to do it in a single 100% run top to bottom or something. But we can look up some of that afterwards. I obviously won't be doing that this stream. And thank you for the GGs, and there is a secret ending. Yeah, I think I might go back to actually sweep this for 100% at some point. If it does require a top-to-bottom playthrough, though, I don't know if I'll necessarily stream it. But it's one where the secret locations are interesting to explore, right? Whereas with the game that I played previously in this series, which was Carto, which I played earlier this week, I really enjoyed that game, but the 100% content didn't really seem that interesting to do, so I just decided to pass on it. This one I can see myself going back to. So I don't want to look up the secret ending just yet. So yeah, Berlinist seems to be a group of 3 composers, a group of 3 musicians from what I can see. Also, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, this game was actually on the Switch very recently patched, within the last few weeks. And it was patched with some additional post-game gallery content that shows off some unused material like artwork and music. I don't know if we'll take a look at that on stream, but we'll just sit through the credits first, and I'll at least look at the menu to see what the state of things is. I can go back to the individual levels. Okay. Excellent. I mean, I'd have to go back to all but one of them anyway to look at that, but if your existing collectibles progress is preserved, then that makes doing a 100% sweep on this much more approachable. What may happen is that if 100% is actually fairly easy to clean up, given what I've done already, if I have some extra time left over on one of the other indie streams that we do in the next week or two, maybe I'll come back to this and do the 100% sweep. But today I will be done with it for this stream, so we'll listen to the music and sit through the credits, of course, because this is kind of gorgeous. So they updated Switch to match what is offered on PC. I see, okay. Yeah, thanks for filling me in on that, Melamoni. And the art director is a watercolor artist, I can tell. Really glad the video game scene was able to receive his artwork then. Always nice to see people bring things like filmmaking talent, musical talent, logical talent, etc. into a medium that we can experience here together. And thank you for the follow, Suarkal. Really glad to have you around throughout the entirety of this stream. We normally do Mario Maker over here. That will be the main content I do on the weekends. We do viewer levels in the same time slot tomorrow and the day after, and yet that just told me how the chapter select was going to work, so I'm not going to select new game. There is extras though, so yeah, we'll just take a quick peek through the menu. Not very deeply, but just to scroll through some of the concept art here. I'll stare at this more deeply at another point, but one of the things that strikes me immediately about the artwork in the finished game is that this is one of the only games I've ever seen where the finished game actually looks like the concept art, because normally sometimes I look through the concept art gallery and I say, wow, I wish the game looked like that. This is one of the few games that actually does look like that. So yeah, here's the companion cube and all of his friends. We're still in the early zone. It looks like it's going to be a much... okay, no, that's the end of the gallery. But you can see the sort of general structure of the world layout here. Makes it look a lot smaller in some ways, but that's because we just have this kind of concept sketch of the central or final segment of each of these zones in terms of how they all get laid out in relation to the central hub. So, Emmanuel, yeah, we will finish with the reward redemption in just one moment. Let me just take a look at the gallery a bit further. Okay, so yeah, this is just a music gallery. We'll listen to it on our own time, I think. Or we can put it on for the reading. I just want to look at some of the... Oh, okay, this is just a chapter select. Let's back out of this. Sorry, let's... Yeah, I didn't expect to just dive back into the opening. Whoops. That's okay. In the meantime, Emmanuel, I am going to pull up the text for the reward redemption until the game lets me exit back to the menu. Yeah, the chapter select looked like an art gallery, and so I just clicked into it mindlessly. So yeah, we'll finish with the number 102, and then I'll probably just end the stream from there. We'll send you off on a raid, of course. And I'll just take a moment to talk about our plans for the next week then. Like I said, Mario Maker tomorrow and the day after. And then we'll have a couple of other indie games that are coming in this series through to the end of July. Like I said, if we do have a chance to come back here for a 100% sweep, I'll be doing that, and some of these scheduling announcements can be found on our Discord. So yeah, unfortunately you can't actually skip any of this. Not that you would want to on the first playthrough, but that's what we get for clicking the first chapter select at the very beginning. Which one is next? It won't be a total surprise. I have decided the full playlist, which I'll bring up in a card in just a moment. The specific order sometimes depends on how things are unfolding for the week's schedule, so sometimes I just decide maybe a day in advance. But like I said, it will be in the Discord, and I'll just explain that in a moment once we tap out of the credits and go back to the menu. If I can actually do that, so... There we go. So, yeah, there's a chapter select in here, too. There's also a challenges page, which I assume is the achievement log. So, all we've done is the standard stuff so far. Haven't really completed anything else. Also doesn't show me which challenges are remaining, so that'll be a secret to everybody. I never did look at the settings for this game, probably just language and such. Oh, okay. Controls brightness, volume. Alright, let's bring up the music selection and then I will do the announcement and the reward redemption. So thank you for your patience. And 102, by the way, a menu is a very good selection for our purposes today. So here's sonnet number 102, William Shakespeare. My love is strengthened, though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less to show appear. That love is merchandise, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but into spring, when I was wont to greet it with my lays, as Philomel in summer's front doth sing, and stops her pipe in growth of riper days. And stops her pipe in growth of riper days, not that the summer is less pleasant now than when her mournful hymns did hush the night. But that wild music burdens every bough, and sweets grown common lose their dear delight. Therefore, like her, I sometimes hold my tongue, because I would not dull you with my song. So thank you for that. I made a slight mistake there, where I repeated a line, I think, but that happens from time to time. Okay, so in terms of the game selection for the rest of the indie feature, let me see if I can pull that up. This is going to be the playlist. We finished Carto yesterday, and we finished Gris today, and over the course of the next 2 weeks or so, we'll be doing the other 4 in some order. Like I said, final order is going to be on the Discord. In the meantime, thanks for watching. I'll be scanning around for a raid. We'll send you on to somebody interesting, usually Mario Maker, but we're not necessarily limited to that. And so I'll look around for that in just a moment. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me. Thank you especially for the people who stuck around through the initial technical problems that we had, where I had to make a bit of a false start and restart the stream. And we'll see you soon enough. Have a good morning, afternoon, night, or whatever applies wherever you may be. And fare thee well.